Good morning, team planning.
Morning, Counselor.
Good morning. Jeff, you're in a new location today.
Yeah, we had to move. So I need to be in the ward at 4, and I don't know how long the meeting's going to go. So I'm working from home, but we've had to rearrange my house to accommodate my son moving back home. And so I am in a different office where there is still a wallpaper border around. I need to take that down. My son is going to turn 20 in a couple of months, but I still have the wallpaper border up. It's got nice choo-choo trains, and
Oh
there's
yeah.
cement trucks and
Train,
fire
train,
trucks.
the train kind of fits you though.
It's a very transportation kind of.
I was going to ask about your son, what he was doing this fall. So he's going to be at home.
He's at home. He's not the only one. The classes are online only. He doesn't have a lot of interest in doing just online class, so he's just skipping the year, which
My
I
daughter,
cannot blame him for.
my daughter started grade 10 today, and found out today her first two classes of the quadmester are art and dance. So
Oh,
now
awesome!
the next one though is math and science. So that'll be
Eh,
a little.
Grade 10 math was the best.
I like grade 11 math for some reason. That kind of.
We did, I think, grade 10, or at least back in the old days. Grade 10, we did the Euclidean geometry, and I
You don't
loved.
even know. You don't even know old days.
Oh.
When they say old math, I say, hallelujah. I'll tell you, the math that I learned is so handy. Like I surprise people all the time just by my ability. I think it's disastrous, and it is disastrous what's been going on with that. Get close to, and you get rewarded if you can write a really nice paragraph, but it doesn't really matter what the hell you figure out as the as the answer. Anyway,
It's
so I
today.
heard you say your son is going to skip a year. So I've got my granddaughter Marin is starting at Carleton, and she's had a couple of labs this week because she's taking honors biology and health sciences.
Okay.
So she will have a combination, but I think she did very well at the after March. She actually increased her scholarship amount with the online, but her brother that's in grade 11 at Mother Teresa has the way they're doing online, he's doing online, and the 14-year-old's doing online as well in grade 9. And his first, so I think they take 5 weeks of one course. His is religion. What? And he goes, you know, religion doesn't matter. I said, this is a year you fetch your average, you know, all this stuff and everything else, and just too much to worry about with all that. But
Jen,
we'll see how it goes.
Jen,
yes,
Jen, just let me show them something that you might recall. Can you guys see that? That's the original calculator.
Oh wow.
That's old math, boys.
What do they even call that?
Wow, that's
They probably call it a computer or something like that.
It was called the lightning adding machine, and it comes out of the US, and it was before my time, so that gives you a date, but my grandfather showed me how to use it and gave it to me.
So no, Jan doesn't remember that, Alan,
No.
but thank you for saying we're close in age, not. Anyway, how are we doing for time? Oh, it's show time. Do we have quorum?
No, we're gonna have to skip today's planning committee.
Okay.
You know how many speakers we have? A lot. We'll be disappointed. Let me just go to the gallery view. Let's take a quick, there's Glenn, 1, 2, 3. Well, yeah, we're laughing. Hi, Matt. How are you doing? Okay, who else have we got?
doing good, Madam Chair.
Oh, maybe we don't. Melody, do we have quorum? We do? Okay, so let's get going then. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the local planning appeal tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the local planning appeal tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for zoning and 120 days for an official plan amendment to submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by city council on September 9th. That's not right. On September 23rd. Okay. Please email or call the committee or council coordinator. And I know that you know this because we have lots of motions in hand, but if you have any more, please send them along to our lovely committee coordinator, Melody, so that she can distribute it to us. Therefore, the delegations and the applicants and ourselves will know what's coming. So without further ado, let's do a quick quorum check just to start the day off. Melody, you want to call it?
Sure. Councillor Brockington,
Good morning.
Councillor Shirelli, Councillor Dudas,
Present.
Councillor Hubley,
Yeah.
Councillor Leeper,
You see,
Councillor Moffat,
He's there.
Councillor Tierney,
Present.
Vice Chair Gower,
Here.
and Chair.
I'm here.
You have a
Perfect.
quorum.
Thank you very much. So the only one that is not, I didn't hear was Councillor Shirelli, but you know, he could, if he comes in, please let me know. Any declarations of interest? None? Confirmation of minutes from our August 27th meeting. Were they carried?
Carried.
Okay. We're holding obviously, number one, we're going to have a presentation and we have a lot of speakers. And then we're holding 2, 3, and 4 because, again, we're having a presentation and we have oodles of speakers. You didn't see that, but my fan's on because the air is pretty stale here at the Walter Baker. And my paper just went flying off to the side. Okay, item number 5 is zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment, 2740 Cedar View Road, 4190, 4200, 4210, and 4236 Fallowfield Road in Barrhaven. And we have 2 speakers that are here to speak in opposition. So we're holding that item. Item number 6, this is why Councillor Luloff is here, zoning bylaw amendment, 3030 Saint Joseph Boulevard. We have a lot of speakers on this, so we will be holding this item. And we have a lot of correspondence we've received as well on that. Item number 7 is zoning bylaw amendment. We have Greg Winters is here if necessary. This is part of 2741 Longfields Drive in Stonebridge, in my part of Stonebridge. It's very minor. Does anyone have any questions, or can I ask Greg if he needs to speak? None? Okay. Greg Winters, are you there?
I'm here, Madam Chair.
So if we don't need to, if we're prepared to carry this item, are you prepared not to speak?
I am
Happy not to speak, right?
I'm happy not to speak. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you. So on this item, is it carried?
Carried.
Carried? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is in Gloucester South Nepean. It's the zoning bylaw amendment at 737 River Road, parts of 510 and 520 Bridge Avenue, part of 218 Hawkswood Drive, and part of 351 Rosina Way. I have no one registered to speak. Does anyone have any questions on this item? No? Okay, is it carried?
Carried.
And the next item, I was speaking with Councillor Dudas this morning, and she would like to, I think, speak. So we do have people here from the applicant that are willing to speak as well. So I think we're going to have to hold that item. But for those people, like, stay tuned, maybe, I don't know, 3:34, I'm thinking. But don't hold me to it. It's going to be a while anyway. Next item is zoning bylaw amendment, part of 3809 Boris O'Kane Road. We have Hugo Lalonde and Zayed Hassan from Kaiban are here if necessary. Councillor Moffat, do you have any reason to speak to this item? Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, so Hugo and Zayed, if we're prepared to carry this item, do you are you prepared not to speak?
You're prepared not to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So on this item is carried. Thank
Carried.
you.
Carried.
And number 11 is the front-ending report, Feed Mill Creek Stream Rehabilitation Measures, reaches 1 to 5, Canada West, 2325483 Ontario Limited. Only if needed, we have Peter Hume and Kevin McCran. Does anyone have any questions on this item? No? Councillor Gower? No?
No questions.
Mr. Gower? Okay, so Peter and Kevin, I presume that you don't need to speak if we're prepared to carry this item. Peter?
No, we don't, Madam Chair.
Perfect. So on the item, is it carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you. So we'll go back to the beginning. Really important policy piece for us here at the city. Staff have done a very good job on listing. So we're going to have a presentation from Tim Mormon right now. And this is our R4 zoning review phase 2, which just as you may recall, we've deferred it from the last planning meeting. So this is the first item before us today. Vice Chair Gower is going to have a technical amendment. While we're setting up, why don't you go ahead and present that?
present the technical amendment?
Yeah, or let's just hang on to, we'll hang on to it and we'll have the presentation from Tim first, and then we'll go to your technical amendment. And then Councillor Lieber's going to have a motion for Councillor Fleury, correct? All right, so we'll do that right after the presentation. Take it away, Tim.
Okay, so first off, I just wanted to say a few words. So just a reminder, just to refresh everyone, the presentation, the project began back in January 2016 in response to the bunkhouse issue. When we ran through the bunkhouse issue back in R4 phase 1, that addressed the issue of the multiple bedrooms occurring within inappropriate typologies. And at that time, we recognized that there was a symptom of a much larger housing issue that was occurring within the city. As we worked our way through, we realized that there were in fact actually significant issues with respect to the rents. And we also realized that there were significant issues that were causing restrictions on the kind of development that we actually wanted to see. So that then moved us into R4 phase 2, which is where we are today. Part of the critical nature of where we are going with this is really all about making the existing zoning work as was intended. We have an R4 package of zones that have been in place for about 50 odd years, but really the percentage of low-rise apartments that we have been able to achieve successfully in those zones over those last years is very far from where we need it to be. So the package of amendments that you have before you is all about correcting the existing zoning, making sure that we have our current house in order, so that we can then move on to the hard work of implementing the growth management strategy and the new official plan afterwards. So Tim is going to give a brief presentation and a brief overview of exactly what it is, and I'll turn it over to Tim.
Thank you, Dave. And Madam Chair, good morning, members of the committee. So as Dave mentioned, essentially the purpose of this review is to debug the existing R4 zones so that they do what they are supposed to do, is actually to permit low-rise apartments and thereby address a pressing housing need that we're aware of here in the city. This amendment that you have before you affects only the existing R4 zones that are located in the what we'll call, for the purpose of this discussion, the inner urban area, the fat black line that you see on the screen in front of you. Within that fat black line, those black areas are the existing R4 zones. Those are the only zones that are affected by this amendment. Can I have the next slide, please? So the new R4 standards, very briefly, will effectively allow within those R4 zones enable either 8 or 12 units on lots that for one reason or another are currently restricted to 3 or 4 units. This would be within the same permitted height and massing as is currently allowed. The way you would do this is primarily through amending the minimum lot sizes that a low-rise apartment or stacked dwelling is required to have, and the maximum unit counts in some cases that you are allowed to actually build on that lot. We have revised the green space requirements from what currently are not very well suited to an inner urban small lot redevelopment context to something that is much more suited to the realities of actual lots in the inner urban area. We have ensured that the zone standards will leave room for garbage management and bicycle storage. These things are typically finalized and determined at the site plan control stage, but we've ensured that the zoning leaves enough room for those things, those functional requirements. On small apartment lots, under 15 meters wide, under 450 square meters in size, we are proposing a prohibition on parking. This is because given the physical requirements of an apartment building, you can fit an apartment building on a small lot, but requirements for things like wheelchair ramps and things of that nature, moving dumpsters around, means that any attempt to put parking on there is going to come at the expense of things like green space and the functionality of the site. So a straight up prohibition on parking for apartments on small lots. And finally, this zoning amendment brings in some basic design standards that will ensure that, for example, with things like balconies or facade articulation, a minimum degree of fenestration, and a requirement for entrances facing the street, things that currently we often rely on the site plan control to do. But by putting these basic standards into the zoning, we ensure that even a minimally zoning compliant building will be much more compatible with the existing street than what is currently allowed just as of right. So that is a summary of the amendment, and leave it to you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, as is the habit, we are going to go to our delegations first. And so as you have questions of staff, write them down, take note. Vice Chair Gower is going to move his technical amendment first, and then Councillor Leeper, we'll hear from you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a technical amendment. It was circulated to the committee yesterday, I believe. So I'm going to try to simplify it because it is quite long and we've got a very long day ahead of us. This amendment corrects a number of administrative errors in the report. Melody, could you just scroll through the whereas? And I will read I'll simplify the therefore be it resolved because it is very technical in nature. Therefore, be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Council to amend the report for the R4 zoning review phase 2 as follows. So there's a number of amending the report number to ACS 2020 PIE EDP 0016. And then there's a series of amendments to amend maps properly to the report, to add the recommendations, adding words, inserting words. These are all to correct the report. There's a table with rows to be added to the report, and there's additional endnotes. And be it further resolved that pursuant to the Planning Act subsection 3417, no further notice be given.
Well done. And that's why we had, when we saw this yesterday, staff wisely suggested they send it out as soon as they could, which gave you all a chance to look at it rather than have it on the floor today. Okay, so Councillor Leeper, you have a motion, for Councillor Fleury regarding garbage storage and rooftop patios.
Thanks, Chair. My understanding was that another councillor was going to make this, but happy to move it on behalf of Councillor Fleury. Just by way of explanation, as I understand it, the first phase of the R4 zoning review created a requirement that multi-unit residential buildings store their waste within the building in Sandy Hill, parts of Sandy Hill, where there is an issue with the bunkhouses, and there was also a prohibition against rooftop patios. So Councillor Fleury is keen to maintain those considerations for just this portion, the Sandy Hill portion. So he has asked us to put forward a motion that therefore be it resolved that Planning Committee recommend to Council the document 2B of the staff report be amended by 1, deleting recommendation 10, and 2, by adding the following as 5X10 AO, no rooftop amenity space is permitted within the area shown on Schedule 383, and be it further resolved that pursuant to the Planning Act subsection 3417, no further notice be given.
Thank you very much. And this is again specific to the Sandy Hill area. Yep. Of his ward. He also will have a direction. Is Matt on the line yet? Well, he also will have a direction on Sandy Hill that staff agrees to, that under Court Curry's staff agrees to examine the boundaries of the Sandy Hill Cultural Heritage Character Area and the 7 Heritage Conservation Districts in that same area to determine whether the boundaries are appropriately protecting the heritage character of the area. The study should include consideration of built heritage from all periods of development in Sandy Hill. So I'm sure that that will be before us as well. And so let's go with our first speaker. We have Carl Tom H. Baer, Chair of Development Review Committee, Manor Park Community Association, followed by Murray Chown for GOBA, and following Murray is Marjolaine Provo from the Overbrook Community Association. So is everybody here?
Yes, I am. I hope you can hear me. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. You have 5 minutes, as will everyone else throughout the day. I'll repeat that a few times as need be. Go ahead, sir, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you for giving us this opportunity. On behalf of Manor Park Community Association, we would like to express our opinion on the R4 zone. We welcome the effort to update and simplify the regulations to stay current with the housing needs of the residents, and we are cognizant of the fact that affordability has decreased and densification of the urban space is required to prevent urban sprawl, maintain a healthy and inclusive environment. We have some specific recommendations, and we're happy to report that many of our recommendations from the first round have been incorporated, but there's still a couple of issues that we'd like to bring to your attention. We are concerned about the insufficient provision for family housing in the revised R4 zones. The new proposal indicates that in the case of a building of more than 12 units, at least 25% of the units must have at least 2 bedrooms. We are concerned that this might not be enough, and we were hoping that this could be extended perhaps to the R4UA and the R4UB zones as well, which is currently excluded because they have 12 units or less. We are also concerned about the size or the insufficient size of these family apartments, where the expected range is given as about 66 square meters or about 660 square feet. And we consider that very small for a 2-bedroom apartment, and do not believe that this constitutes sufficiently to be labeled a family apartment. So we think the R4 zoning regulation should encourage the creation of more resilient and sustainable communities, and focusing on a broad demographic group, and not only focus on the cost per profit unit in any single development, as this risks overlooking the production of sustainable and resilient communities in the long term. We had some concerns about the rooftop terraces. I think that might have been addressed in the amendment that was just made, because we think that rooftop terraces are an important means of providing outdoor green space, which we think is very important. And we agree that, for example, a place like Sandy Hill, which has a particular set of problems, that can be excluded, but we want to see rooftop terraces. We're also a little bit concerned about green space, because with increased densification, the access to outdoor and green space is vital for maintaining healthy physical and mental health. While the R4 zoning does not deal with other land uses, it is imperative that public amenities and other land use zones are proportionally increased in areas where the zoning densities are increased, as such as we are seeing here now. And we would like to see these linkages with open space and the leisure zones. There's a range of international literature that documents the stress, schizophrenia, anxiety of individuals in dense apartments that don't have access to outdoor space in their neighborhoods. We would also like to see vital mature trees being preserved, protected, and new trees planted. And we are concerned about the tree canopy, and that trees are not damaged and removed during the removal of buildings or the construction of apartments in the densification process. Finally, we are a little bit concerned about the affordability. I know the zoning alone cannot manage the affordability that we seek to achieve, but it would be useful if the city can clarify what kinds of affordability targets it is seeking to achieve, and provide a regulatory framework for how this will be accomplished. There is also a risk that in some existing low-rise apartment estates, which often represent green and well-treated communities, would be replaced by less affordable developments with smaller units that could exclude families in the future. Our general recommendations are 2. We propose that the zoning review and the general emphasis on intensification requires that proposed zoning amendments and intensification efforts be accompanied by appropriate measures to improve transport, green space, schools, recreation, and retail. We would also like the city to integrate the provision of social infrastructure to accommodate denser populations with parks, recreational facilities, community rinks, pools, and community centers, libraries, etc. And a social infrastructure plan should really precede the implementation of the R4 zoning amendments for which the city must be accountable. There are 5 amendments that we support. We have detailed these in our written submission, and I will not mention those here. I think that's my time allocation, so thank you very much.
Well, thank you, sir. We really appreciate you coming out and also for your submission in advance. Oh, I see that our colleague Ralston King has a question for you. Ralston? Are you on mute? Ralston?
Sorry about that. I think I was just being promoted to a panelist. Typical member of the planning committee, but thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to ask Carl a question around what the thinking is for family space in terms of bedrooms, because I know it's a question that I often ask. Come to my office and say, we have this wonderful new proposed development. One of the first things I ask is, well, 3 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms, something that would accommodate families than simply 1 bedrooms. Typically, the response I get back is concerns, the business model and demand. But I'm just curious as to your analysis, what you believe the optimal scenarios for.
Thank you, Councillor King. Well, we think that there's 2 aspects. The first one is size, and then the number of bedrooms. COVID has changed the dynamics for everybody, and with a lot of more people working from home, we do think that a 2-bedroom apartment to be classified as a family apartment accommodates at a maximum a 1-couple family. That does not leave any room for a home office or home working space. And then if you look at the square meters in conjunction with that, at 66 square meters, we are looking at bedrooms that would be difficult to fit furniture, a bed with cupboards that open, or a dresser and working space like that. So we think that the recommendation for family apartments be reclassified to perhaps being a 3-bedroom apartment, and that the size be increased by at least 10 to 15 square meters, from 66 square meters to about 80 square meters and above, to be considered a family apartment. While we realize that not all apartments should be family apartments, we think that if you're going to refer to it as a family apartment, we're looking at, in some cases, 3 bedrooms, and we're looking at about 80 square meters at the very least. I hope that answers the question. You cut out on a number of occasions. Sorry.
No, that absolutely does answer my question. The other follow through is linking the affordability with that increase in space. Obviously, the larger the square footage of the apartment, typically you're going to pay more. I'm just curious as to your analysis of that, because I know that you did mention affordability.
I just want to point out for everyone that is on the line and on the committee, Manor Park doesn't have any R4 zone properties, not any. And I just want everybody to be aware of that. Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Bear.
Actually, that is not correct. Manor Park. Yes, thank you. Manor Park has along Brittany Drive, if the map that has been shown, has a number of R4 zoned properties. They are lying along the arc of Brittany Drive.
This was repeating what I have from staff, saying that there are none. So thank you. Go ahead with your response.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, we know that affordability is a relative term, and affordability is linked to income rather than an absolute standard. So if you're looking at the affordability of a 3-bedroom apartment, you really have to look at that and compare that to the affordability of family accommodation elsewhere in the city. So, it's difficult to quantify what is an affordable level. So affordability depends on the income, on a range of factors, and the types of people that we be looking for the accommodation. And we do want that there be a variety of typologies to provide different levels of affordability and different entry points. And that is why also there will be smaller apartments, but there should be some consideration for bigger apartments so that people can consider, instead of living in the suburbs and commuting into town, they can spend that amount of money on an apartment downtown. It's not going to be cheap, but it could be more affordable than living in the suburbs if you take into the commute, the time, and the transport costs.
So, so I'm assuming there that that's one of the reasons why you're asking for the clear affordability targets from the municipality, so that there is a benchmark of comparison for these different geographies and typologies.
Yes, absolutely. Because at the moment we are talking about affordability, but we could mean vastly different things when we talk about affordability. If you look at the city's calculations in terms of the cost of the typical 60 square meter apartment, the calculations indicate that these apartments will cost more for rental than is currently the case. So the prices will actually go up. I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing or a good thing, but we just don't know what are the targets for affordability. And we need some framework so that we can sensibly discuss affordability. And that is why we would like to see some clear targets outlined and how these are derived and what that means. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next up is Murray Chown. Murray Chown is followed by Marjolaine Probo and then Shay Purdy. Murray, are you there?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. It's my pleasure to appear before you this morning as the chair of the Urban Infill Council of the Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association. We'd like to acknowledge the efforts of staff. It's been a very long and challenging path for them to reach the point today where they're making recommendations to Planning Committee on some very significant changes to the R4 provisions in the city's zoning bylaw. And over the course of that time, they've reached out and consulted with the industry. They've consulted with the FCA and numerous community associations, and they're to be commended for those efforts. At the end of the day, I can say that there are many members of the Greater Ottawa Home Builders who continue to have some reservations with respect to the details of the amendments that are before the committee today. But we're quite prepared to wait and see how this plays out. Staff have indicated to us that they're certainly going to continue to monitor the effects of the amendments to the bylaw and see how things work out. Do we actually see significant take up by the industry on the opportunities that staff are trying to create through these changes? Are we getting the built forms that staff and the community associations are hoping for as we start to develop projects under these new provisions? All of that's going to take time, and we're quite prepared to see how that plays out. Members of committee should have received a letter that was submitted on behalf of the home builders yesterday, indicating that we support these recommendations. We encourage Planning Committee to adopt the report as it's been presented to you, and let's hope for the best. And we look forward to the opportunity to start fulfilling the city's expectations and needs to build low-rise apartment buildings and hopefully increase significantly the supply of housing in that form, which will be less expensive than some of the other housing that is available in these neighborhoods today. Looking forward to moving forward, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Murray. You certainly are likely the one to represent GOBA best on this particular policy. And Councillor Leeper has questions for you, followed by Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you very much, Marie, for coming out. I know I am certainly leaning toward voting for the package that's in front of us today, and I know that most of the conversations that I'm going to have with the community in the wake of that vote are going to be big picture, right? Significant new intensification in areas like Hintonburg, and can we handle the increased density? But I also know that there are some concerns with the specifics of the proposal and the building form that might result that I just want to ask you about now. There is a concern, and I want to talk about the articulation of the buildings right now. At the outset of this process, articulation was proposed to be a minimum of, there had to be some sort of 1.5 meter articulation somewhere in the building in order to try to keep it from being a big monolith. That's been changed to 0.6 meters. We are afraid that the design of these buildings with only 0.6 meters is going to be, it's going to present a monolithic kind of facade across, say, assembled lots. How can we have any assurance that these aren't going to be cheap architecture that just present a monolithic facade to the street, which would be a significant change from the rhythm of the streets that they have now?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Leeper. I think that question actually is a reflection of discussions that we obviously had with staff, and I'm sure that community associations did as well. The initial proposal, as I understood it, which provided for a 1.5 meter or 1.2 meter, 1.2 meter articulation, was based on the notion that 1.2 meter articulation would accommodate a recessed balcony. The way the amendment has evolved is that rather than requiring a 1.2 meter articulation to accommodate a balcony, the bylaws as presented to you today basically gives the designers the option. Do you do balconies? Do you do articulation? Of course you can do both, but you at the very least need to do one or the other. And so you can do a balcony, but it doesn't need to be recessed a full 1.2 meters. It could be projecting, it could be partially recessed. Or you don't do a balcony, but you still provide that articulation. So you see some relief in the front elevations and the shadowing that creates to break up the elevations. And there are other things that are being proposed that will further break up that elevation. The requirement on wider lots to have additional entrances will help to break up that front facade as well. So there's a number of aspects in the zoning bylaw that, quite frankly, are new and ambitious in terms of introducing design requirements into the zoning bylaw. And I think we're going to have to see how they deliver at the end of the day. And there will be an opportunity either through anomaly bylaws, or quite frankly, we all know that we're looking at a brand new zoning bylaw in a few years from now. And if it's not perfect, we can fix it then.
Would, and I know the answer, but why would GOBA oppose going back to 1.5 meters for a more significant articulation?
And it's not just GOPA. I think it's interesting. I can tell you that a number of nonprofit organizations, including City Living, commented on this in addition to GOPA. And the requirement for that articulation introduces significant costs. You've got more exterior wall, you've got more insulation, more whatever. So that, we have to remember, I think, that part of the driving force behind this effort is to try to create the opportunity to build more affordable housing. And so the scale of that articulation creates additional costs, resulting in increased costs for your units and your rental costs down the road. So not just GOPA, although those nonprofit organizations are members of GOPA, in fact, but they made their own submissions on this question. So it goes to affordability.
The second concern around design that I think I'm hearing in the community is the minimum lot size. And the language to the Committee of Adjustment that's been proposed would give direction to the committee that the intent of the bylaw is not to vary the lot size, but to but you can vary it if you can handle the garbage, if you can handle the cycling, if you can handle all the different requirements that we have. We're concerned that the zoning is going to become the start of a negotiating point with the Committee of Adjustment for variances that subvert the intent of the new zoning bylaw. How do you respond to that?
So I think that the best way for me to respond is to talk a little bit about what happened after infill 2. One of the things that in bringing infill 2 forward to Planning Committee and Council, there's a great deal of discussion about building heights between the industry and the community associations and staff. And we reached, I will use the word, a consensus on what building heights should be allowed in various parts of the city covered by the infill 2 provisions of the zoning bylaw. Following that, my experience is that any attempts to seek minor variances to increase building height, one, are faced by strong resistance from the neighbors in the community association. Two, they're faced with strong concerns from staff. And three, 99.9% of the time, the Committee of Adjustment refuses those applications. Why? Because one, the ink was fresh on the bylaw. Two, that was a general amendment that was the result of an attempt to build consensus between the industry, the community associations, and staff. I would expect the same pattern going forward after this amendment is approved by Planning Committee and Council. There will be strong resistance from community associations to those types of variances. Unless there are extenuating circumstances, I would expect staff to express concerns, and I would expect the Committee of Adjustment 99.9% of the time to refuse those applications.
So and I do agree with you, Murray. I think that the Committee of Adjustment decisions that we're seeing hold the line on any number of setbacks as well as height. What we're seeing generally approved are variances to lot width and area that are in keeping with the city's thrust to intensification. And the intent of our new infill bylaw is being by and large upheld. But I'm wondering, with the required rear yard amenity space, that is the easiest thing to vary if you have a substandard lot and you still want to fit 8 units into the building. I'm looking for some indication how likely it is, and you are often involved with the Committee of Adjustment on behalf of the infill builders. How likely is it that we're going to see you in front of the Committee of Adjustment asking for variances to the required amenity space, for example, in order to make an 8-unit fit on a substandard lot rather than living with a 7-unit?
My crystal ball isn't that good, Councillor. I'm sorry.
Understood. We'll hear from the Hintonburg Community Association as well, and I do plan on taking some time after Planning Committee, but before Council, to more thoroughly take a look at this issue. Chair, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper, Councillor Brockington, and then Vice Chair Gower. Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to colleagues. Mr. Chown, thank you for your presentation. One quick question about parking and parking minimums. We saw when council amended minimum parking requirements a couple years ago in communities like Carlington, we ran into a number of problems because there simply is not enough parking provided for some developments, and people turn to city streets and in front of neighbors' homes to park their vehicles. What are your thoughts with respect to the R4 plans on parking and minimum parking requirements?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Brockington. I think that, parking continues to be a topic that gets a lot of attention when we're talking about infill development. And I'm not sure that any of us know what the perfect solution is. The recommendation that's before you today is that on certain sized lots, parking will be prohibited. GOPA's not comfortable with that. We continue to believe that homeowners, whether they're not homeowners, I should say tenants or owners in low-rise apartment buildings, there are going to be some that would like to have a vehicle and somewhere to park a vehicle. Having said that, we fully understand what staff are trying to do here, and the long-term objective is to discourage automobile uses across the city, but certainly in areas where that are zoned R4 that have good access to transit, in a perfect world to the LRT. I think the problem is that not all 4 zones are that close to those or good transit service, and I think that's where we get into some difficulty. Now, staff have indicated in the report that there may be such, properties where you could look at providing parking, for instance, if it's a corner lot, so you can still maintain a green streetscape on one street, but maybe you tuck the parking in behind from the side street, or if you have the good fortune of having an open rear lane, then maybe you can provide the parking in the back. Favorite issue for us to raise when we're talking about parking, one of the things that the industry continues to believe that we should be allowing for is there's nothing wrong with providing one parking spot located in front of the building. I'm avoiding the word front yard parking because there seems to be a great concern about that concept, that because it translates into a vision of people paving the front yards. GOPA would never support that proposition, but we continue to believe that we could create the opportunity for one parking space for a building that would function as a visitor parking space or a drop-off space, and that it's intermittently used, but it doesn't take up the full width of the lot. We still think that that's an appropriate solution, which over time may not be necessary at all, and then that parking space can be converted into landscaping in 10, 15 years from now, maybe when we're all less dependent on cars. But that suggestion continues to fall on deaf ears. So that's not a solution, Councillor, but it's something that we continue to suggest to staff whenever we're talking about parking. As you get into the larger lots, the zoning bylaw does allow for parking, and in fact, it will kick in with a required parking requirement once you're over 12 units.
I appreciate that. Certainly, I'll follow up with staff when we get to questions to staff, but I appreciate that you acknowledging GOBA is not comfortable. I think those were your exact words with this, and we haven't found the right balance yet. We haven't found the equilibrium point, but we need to talk about this more because of the changes that are coming. So I appreciate your insight. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I think that that's something that staff can speak to when we get into that component. We do have an on-street parking system in some parts of the city, definitely in these parts of the city, that works well and has 43 zones. My argument would be some people are not going to be willing to pay for that. But the staff would say that the on-street parking is more flexible than trying to shoehorn something onto a lot. And every time you do a curb cut, of course, that takes away from on-street parking. Anyway, it's a bigger issue. And like I said, if staff want to comment later, that would be great. So we have the last questioner for Murray is Vice Chair Gower.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chown, we've already heard from one delegation with a concern about family housing, the lack of family housing, which, to simplify, I would say, let's call it apartments with three bedrooms or more. And it was a common theme in a lot of the correspondence that we've received over the past few weeks on this. I'd like to hear from your perspective, why are we seeing so many 1 and 2 bedrooms apartments being built? What are some of the barriers to 3 bedrooms. Is it simply a planning and policy issue, or is there more to it than that? Why aren't we seeing more 3 or more bedroom apartments being built in our city right now?
So, Counselor, I'm not sure I'm fully qualified to answer that question because I'm not a builder, but
Okay.
I think in part it's certainly market driven, that there is a demand for the 1 and 2 bedroom units. The larger units, larger forms of housing are available in other typologies. I don't disagree that it would be attractive or desirable to have those size of units available in an apartment as well. I just don't know what it's going to take to get there. They're going to be extremely expensive units if we go to 3 bedroom units in that form of housing. I think that it's more likely we're going to see those 3 bedroom units in other typologies that the city are working on now. The 613 flats, for instance, that were floated by staff leading up to their last recommendations from the official plan is an example of a form of housing which will be better suited, I think, to providing those larger units. So I don't think we should necessarily be thinking that the low-rise apartment buildings are going to be the solution for providing those larger family units. That need may be fulfilled through a different built form.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Looking forward to the rest of the discussion.
That's great. Thank you. I mean, this is going to go on for a number of years. I mean, somebody mentioned, forget who it was, it might even been Murray, that the zoning to put in place the official plan, when we get to the official plan and we actually finalize that, is going to be a huge job. Vice Chair Gower is going to take a leadership role in that. Correct, Glenn?
I don't know what I'm getting into, but yes.
Okay, so next up is Marjolaine Provo, Overbrook Community Association. She has slides. She is up next and has 5 minutes, and then followed by Shay Purdy, again with Overbrook. And I just wanted to say that Councillor Fleury has joined us, and he will have another motion on R4 Junior. So perhaps you can bring that up, Councillor Fleury, when Susan Young is up, which is after Shay. He was a little bit late coming because Ottawa Community Housing had a big announcement this morning. So,
Madam Chair, if I may, just a point of clarification before my colleague from Overbrook begins. She'll be making the presentation on our behalf, so it's just one presentation. I'm just here to support her in response to any questions.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So I'll move you. Is that Shay speaking?
Yes.
Okay. So Shay, I'm going to just put you up and happy for you to jump in if there's any questions. So go ahead, Marjolaine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members, for having me. Oops, give me 1 second. For having us today. I just want to take a second to thank Tim Moorman at the city, who's been very helpful in answering our many, many questions and keeping us apprised of all these developments. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder, our community is Overbrook. It's located between the Rideau River on the west, Highway 417 to the south, Saint Laurent Boulevard, and Vanier to the north. And we have both the baseball stadium and Saint Laurent Shopping Center in Overbrook. Next. This map here, it shows you the R4 lands in our neighborhood. They're located mainly along Donald and Queen Mary Streets, and they include a large chunk of land owned by OCH. We're mainly a residential area, but with some commercial arteries like Donald, Coventry Road, and Saint Laurent. Next. Generally, kind of like the other speakers, we support the proposed R4 amendments and the efforts to have more low-rise buildings constructed. And we do like the provisions that would prevent the facades of building looking like monolithic blocks. Some say Russian architecture. So we want more articulated facades like the illustration here with balconies and recesses. We would also like to see policy be added to the official plan to give directions on the Committee of Adjustment and its future interpretations of any minor variance requests for these R4 zone properties so that they don't go too far out in the variances. Next. We were very happy to see the removal of the previous prohibition on green roofs in Overbrook. We support green roofs. We agree with the comment that the staff made in their report, and I quote, "Properly designed rooftops provide useful amenity space for residents." We are in full agreement. We also saw that the staff recommended a future comprehensive citywide study on this topic, and we suggest to the committee to order staff to put this study in the works and start it, sooner rather than later. We really would love to see this lead to implementation of green roof policies. And I will mention that over the bridge in our twin city, Gatineau, they've already started requiring these green roofs for non-residential buildings of over 2,000 square meters. Next. So here we'll get a little bit more technical. This, in the sense that we know the amendment for R4UA to R4UC zones propose maximum lot width of 38 meters and the whole lot area be no bigger than 1,070 square meters. We support this because we don't want to see oversized low-rise apartment buildings in our neighborhood. We do, however, urge the committee to put a firm cap on the maximum number of units possible. We're suggesting 24 units maximum in any of these low rise on consolidated, sorry, I have such a hard time with this word, consolidated lots. So basically it would be 12 on each single lot. And on the map, it's not very clear, but there is a proposal that is going ahead in the neighborhood. It's located at 261 and 265 Columbus. It was approved and it's going to be a 34 unit low rise apartment building. These streets have mainly single detached homes. So this is going to stand out a lot, and the community was unhappy when it was announced. The community is still unhappy. This doesn't seem like gentle densification to us. It seems a bit brutal. And the concern is that it's going to stand out. It doesn't match what the community, the current look of the community. And some of these apartments in this building are supposed to be fairly small, some as small as 315 square feet. So we really encourage the committee to recommend a 24 unit cap, maximum number of units for all of these buildings. We hope you will agree to make this change. Thank you. So here we're talking about the proposed 25% requirement for more than 2-bedroom units. We would like to see that go a little bit higher at 33%. Of all units would have to be 2-bedroom or more. Just like our colleagues at Manor Park, we would like to see these spaces be available for family. We don't want to see families driven out of the neighborhood because we're only building studios or 1-bedroom apartments. So again, we're not in favor of buildings that basically only have studios or 1-bedroom sized units. And then this is the more interesting point. So you see the two pictures. One is basically a current street in Overbrook. Oh no, did I run out of time?
Well, I'm going to give you an extra minute. So
okay, thank you. So basically the second picture is what we're trying to get to.
Just for clarification, so I don't change the rules.
No.
Only because I had Shay set up as another speaker.
Thank you.
So,
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We want to get to picture number 2. We want more sidewalks. We want more infrastructure. Our concern here is that, we're proposing all this densification and we're not seeing the associated infrastructure come with it. We don't have sidewalks in a lot of streets. It's dangerous for kids, for drivers, for the snow plows. And we don't believe that with the current policies the city has, that we're going to get there. So we would ask the city staff to prepare a comprehensive report on how to make changes to policies and planning approval mechanisms to get to this transformation of our streets. That's about it. Basically, we support the R4 proposals, and we want the building, the number of units capped at 24. Those are our main points. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have two councillors that have questions, and I'm going to remind councillors that you two only have 5 minutes. Councillor King, questions for either Shay Purdy or Marjolaine?
Yes, well, I'll happily take answers from whoever wants to answer at OCA. But thank you for your presentation. You have pointed out some key issues that do affect Ward 13. Obviously, that example on Columbus is a major one. And we've been having conversations with staff to really ensure that there is more articulation, ideally, on conjoined lots. I think that is very important. I was wondering if you could elaborate around maybe some of the infrastructure impacts of that type of development without articulation, because I think that's actually quite important. And also potentially the impacts around the infrastructure, as you were talking about active transportation infrastructure and whether it's adequate or not for the types of development that we will be seeing in Overbrook and in R4 zones.
I can go ahead. So generally speaking, what we fear is that we're going to see intensification and more densification, but that there's no associated services coming with it. So like I mentioned, we need more sidewalks, we need more bus stops, we need more service centers, what we call generally soft and hard infrastructure, more green spaces. Overbrook has a lower percentage of green space per resident, from what I remember, and we don't want to see that go further down. That's generally the concern. And we don't want to see, crowded areas. We're a fairly old residential neighborhood, so there's also a concern about kind of the architecture and how these new constructions fit into the general picture of the neighborhood. I don't know if Shay wants to add something. Thank you for the question, though.
I would say thank you for the answer. I would say that we are going to have a conversation with staff around that goes beyond the R4 context. It does deal with development charges in that regime, but we will be also looking at that in the future because I do agree with you. I mean, it is one thing to welcome the intensification. I think that what I'm hearing from Overbrook specifically is the fact that this type of development needs to be better articulated. If you are increasing, population on a lot size from 2 bungalows with 4 people to potentially 50 or 60 people, what I'm hearing from you is that we need to have the requisite infrastructure. And on that example that you gave with Columbus, there are no sidewalks. There's no infrastructure for cycling. It's not located on a public transportation route. So there's some challenges there, and the impacts of this type of intensification on infrastructure are also challenges. So we are having those conversations for sure, and we will be seeking solutions. And I have asked staff around specific issues around articulation, because that was a challenge with this development. And I think from what I've heard, R4 ideally would provide the tools to address that. So I don't know if it's appropriate to ask staff at this juncture about whether the scenario that we saw at Columbus, whether that would be under the new rules, whether we would see the potential for better articulated buildings than what we saw with this example.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Councillor King. Staff can comment on that when we get to that stage. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a really good presentation. Councillor Fleury. And Councillor Fleury will formally have Vice Chair Gower move your R4 Junior. But if you'd like to intro that, that would be great. And Sean Young, you're on deck. So as soon as Councillor Fleury is finished speaking and Vice Chair Gower, it will be your time. Susan Young, President of Action Sandy Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You wanted me to read the two directions and two motions?
Nope, we already did the and how did your presentation go? Your announcement go?
Great. We have new leads for new affordable housing with discussions with the minister on site. So we're excited to 700 units were announced this morning.
That's excellent. Okay, so already we've had Councillor Leeper has introduced the waste and the rooftop patios. Also, the direction has been already given, and so what's left is the R4.
Right, and Madam Chair, just to clarify, there are two directions. One which is Sandy Hill HCD, and then the other one is Vanier Character Study.
Okay, so we have.
To not confuse anyone, would you be okay if I just read them so then they're brought to the floor?
Like I think we'll wait till we get to the point where we're going to be asking questions on that. That's why I did, what we did at the beginning. But right now I think it would just be confusing. The Sandy Hill HCD direction to staff is already out there. The Vanier Character Study direction to staff to review the need for a character study of Vanier after council approval of the update to the low-rise design guidelines. So we'll deal with that after as well. So right now, just introduce your R4 Junior, get that on the floor. And then we still have Susan Young, Chris Greenshields, Jay Balls, Linda Hode, Cheryl Parrott, Emily Addison or Larry Hudon, and Sheila Perry. All of those are speakers that are coming up.
Great. Go ahead. So I'll just read the motion. Yeah, if you're okay, Madam Chair, I'll just read the R4 motion then.
Well, I'd rather you just speak to it because you're not going to be able to move it. So why don't you tell us why you are putting it forward? Why you want it?
Great. So so what you're seeing in front of you is that within Sandy Hill, there's a very small zone, which is the junior R4 zone. The majority of Sandy Hill is junior R4 senior zones, which carry a lot of the capacity for the specific zone was a challenge prior to R4 phase 1, where you would see, yes, there was a limit of 4 units, but you would see up to 8 bedrooms in one of these units. As part of the changes for R4 phase 1, the introduction of the bedroom cap at 4 created a really nice environment for what I call our missing middle in Sandy Hill. Which offers, and we've seen that throughout the summer, a number of new buildings have come in, which are 4 bedrooms, 4 units. And there are students that have moved in, there are families that have moved in. So, and the affordability range is quite interesting for those larger units. So basically what I'm asking in this motion is for, out of the entire effort in the R4, specifically for the junior zones, and specifically for Sandy Hill, to say for now, because of the introduction of the bedroom caps in this first phase of the R4, to carry through those gains, because they've been meaningful. And as you know, council, committee, and city staff and planning have done a countless amount of effort in Sandy Hill. I think we're at our 8 or 9 zoning report in the community. So we want to make sure we stay consistent with those efforts. So I'll stop it there, and maybe if there are questions from colleagues, I can certainly expand if there's anything more. But this offers, instead of seeing units like you've seen in recent application, for example, at Robinson and others, where it's all bachelors and 1 bedrooms, this is the window for anything more than 2 bedrooms in Sandy Hill. It's a small zone, and it acts as our 613 flats or missing middle, if you will.
Hi, thank you very much, Councillor Fleury, for that. So we'll discuss it more when we get into the motions after we get through the delegations. Vice Chair Gower will be formally moving it. Okay. Susan Young, President of Action Sandy Hill. Susan?
Hello, I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes, we can very well. Thank you.
I will even start my video. There we are. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
So my name is Susan Young. I'm now in my 3rd year as President of Action Sandy Hill. I think this will be about my 20th hour of volunteer time on the R4 review. I hope I can keep your attention. I'd like to start out by saying that the existence of a housing and homelessness emergency in Ottawa and the need to increase density just simply to respond to the climate change imperative are not debated by Action Sandy Hill. Density is a public good, something that belongs to all for the benefit of all, and you as a committee are in a position to assign this benefit. My first ask today is that you assign it in a manner that is not just going to support but guarantee the results we all want. More affordable housing in better 15-minute neighborhoods across the whole of Ottawa. Following the lead of Montreal and Portland, and with the modeling city staff have done for the R4 report, you could mandate gentle densification across all the city's residential zones and then incentivize affordability with a density bonus. Using the inclusionary zoning tool, tie some bonus densification to the addition of affordable units. This way, every neighborhood can contribute equally to solving Ottawa's housing problem, rather than a few neighborhoods taking the brunt early on. At least 85% of Sandy Hill is R4. The results of this review will have a particularly large impact on our neighborhood, mind you. Seeing new neighbors is old hat for us. They live in the 1,100 new bedrooms added to our neighborhood over the last few years. Even without the current R4 proposals, we will be rubbing shoulders with more new neighbors, as over 1,000 new units are added to Rideau Street and Robinson Village. On Lees Avenue, there's a proposal for another 1,600 units waiting in the wings. Sandy Hill is 2.1 square kilometers in size. You'll understand when we say, wow, that's a whole bunch of new neighbors. The good news is this is more density for us, which should bring more amenities, improved services, and an even better 15-minute neighborhood. The bad news is we're far from confident the lessons from what we call bunkhouses 1.0 have been learned. The photo in front of you is a 4-apartment building, a recent build. First, I'd like you to imagine that with density bonusing, this building could house 2 below market units as well as the current 4 units. I'd like to just take your attention to its roof. It is peaked. This is good news as it negates the need to fight over a rooftop patio. It is also rare these days. Don't get me wrong. A flat roof has its uses, especially as Energy Evolution is about to recommend many more solar panels on roofs. What does a flat roof better serve, I ask? Amenity space for 4 months of the year, annoying the neighbors, in our case, or clean electricity? I'm asking you to let the rooftop patios go. Next, we can go to the facade. You'll see that there's some articulation. From the photo, it looks more, but it is about 1 brick long or 25 centimeters. It is extremely token. You have before you a proposal for 60 centimeters, which looking at this example, I maintain is still very token. I'm asking you to recommend the depth be returned to the 1.5 meters originally proposed. The modeling showed that this works. Let's go to garbage. This week was a plastic, glass, and metal week. Anyone who runs a recycling program will tell you that it has to be easy for residents. I maintain an outside building is not easy for tenants 8 months of the year. And as we move to more and more recycling and green bins and less landfill garbage, tenants need to be helped, not hindered, to properly manage their garbage. Please return to inside garbage management to support the new solid waste master plan. I won't go into the front yard parking you see here. This is the tip of the bylaw world for us in Sandy Hill. We aren't proud to have our own dedicated bylaw officer. We've also learned that heritage conservation districts are no match for demolition by neglect, combined with housing market pressures and infill 1 and 2. Still can't prevent low quality construction. Site plan remains very onerous for us. To sum up, based on the increased unit numbers proposed, and from what we've learned in the past, and being very aware of the near campus market pressures specific to our neighborhood, our view is that the current R4 proposals would be in the short term a license to demolish much of the interior of Sandy Hill. So my next ask is that you allow the existing 1,000 plus new units to be built, add in density bonusing, and only then apply the new R4 rules in Sandy Hill. Why? We need some time for the near campus market pressures to subside with the new builds that are happening now on Rideau and in Robinson. Our residents also need this time to work with the greater unit numbers being proposed and to have input on how this will be done. We hope to do this through Walkable Ottawa.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
do have a Councillor Brockington has a question for you.
Right, thank you.
Brockington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Young, for your presentation. Thank you for your dedicated time on this matter as well as a community volunteer and leader. Let's talk about waste management, an issue that I think is prevalent in many neighborhoods across the city, Sandy Hill no exception. What do you see now with issues in your community, and what do you fear with a lack of an indoor requirement for storage of waste and recyclables?
So like I mentioned, and your solid waste staff will, I'm sure, back me up, recycling's not easy for people. We need people to do more of it. We all know there's a plastic waste issue. We all know we need to get organics into green bins because they're creating methane in our landfill. So we need to make it easy. We need to make it easy, and for any kind of tenant from any demographic, it needs to be easy. Seniors to families to students to professionals. So that is my argument. My argument is it is easier to have people recycle and green bin more if it is next to and inside their building. We do live in a winter climate. This also allows for more green space in the backyard.
Let me just ask a different question. But what issues do you see as a community leader if waste receptacles are not maintained indoor the building? The proposal is just to allow them to be stored outside. Do you have an issue with that, or are you okay with that?
No, I mean, I'm not. They need to be stored. That is our very, very first step. Already we have lots of problems with overflowing, badly managed garbage in Sandy Hill, and you can ask bylaw officers, and the number of 311 calls will show that.
Okay.
And it's, right? Especially annoying for the residents who have to keep making those calls.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your presentation today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Brockington.
Thank you very much. Next, we have questions from your Councillor Fleury.
Susan, thank you so much for your time and for the engagement of you, Trina, Francois particularly, but obviously it's been a long journey for many members in our community for a number of years now. I'm wondering if you could speak to, you sit on Town and Gown, maybe you could speak to some of the University of Ottawa strategy on housing for their campus.
Councillor Fleury,
Yes.
are you asking as it relates to the R4 policy? Because that's kind of a broad question.
No, well, the university does have a number of properties on campus that are actually residential properties. So wondering from Susan's perspective as a community, or what is she seeing in terms of the university's intent to build on campus units?
So there is no intent. They have a housing master plan that they are not acting on. So they own some properties in the neighborhood that are underdeveloped in many ways, but are not, in fact, they are empty. Like we have a number of empty houses in our neighborhood that at the moment, unfortunately, are not contributing to the housing problem. So the university, by not providing student housing on campus, is unfortunately exacerbating our near campus market pressures, which are then leading to the garbage issues that Councillor Brockington asked me about. And and the front yard parking issues you saw in the photo, and general low quality construction in our neighborhood. Very, very small units, very small living spaces, high numbers of bedrooms. So the university's lack of action is feeding directly into low quality construction that is not available to families, seniors, professionals, to other demographics apart from students. So this is one of our very specific near campus pressures that we feel needs to be taken into account as you consider adding more units to our neighborhood.
And Susan, I think you were referring just to not leave it open. The university has left 600 beds, what's known as the Brooks residence, empty for the last 3 years. So those are examples of opportunities that the university itself has on campus or very near the campus and beyond. The next question, Susan, I'm seeing a lot of our properties that are being sold. I see the price range, and it's rare that it's under $1 million. It's normal. We're in an urban neighborhood. Wondering, what are your thoughts on? I grew up in Sandy Hill. The schools were full. That it'd be Saint Piedis, that it'd be Viscount, Franco Jeunesse, Saint Anne. All those schools have played an important role in the area. You've been in the community for a number of years as well. What are your thoughts on newcomers, on families, on seniors finding rental units? Because really the specific of R4 is around rental. Wondering your perspective on what what we've seen built in rental over the last number of years, and why these the emotions that I'm bringing would actually help respond to some of the demographic concerns or demographic exodus that we've seen.
Yeah, so I think the biggest barrier for families and professionals and seniors is that almost anything to rent in Sandy Hill, you can only rent by the room. So I don't know what kind of family looks at an apartment and says, what, I'm gonna pay $750 for every bedroom in this apartment? That is a crazy number for me to pay. And that's because Sandy Hill's rental capacity is targeting one demographic. So that is why we are needing a bit of time and space to let those pressures subside, because of all the construction on Rideau and in Robinson Village, and what is upcoming on Lees Avenue, which is enormous, and which we're looking that it will contribute more services to our neighborhood. For example, keeping our arena alive, and perhaps adding a swimming pool, community pool to this neighborhood. Have I answered your question?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to highlight, and I think it's important that often the media pin students versus the community. I hear a very different voice from the community. I hear a voice that what you're describing. It's a very diverse community. It stands strongly, yet it recognizes some of the vulnerabilities and some of the affordability issues that we face as a community. So just for the record, I know that media love to pin, community voices versus students. I want to echo that that's certainly not what I've heard from you and board leaders.
Absolutely not. I mean, we have already welcomed thousands of students into our neighborhood. What we haven't been able to welcome are other demographics, and we need the time and the space to do that. And that's why we've asked for a pause, or in your case, the junior R4 zone exemption.
Yeah, I know you're asking for way more, but I'm trying to be strategic in committee's review today. So thankful for your delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming out, Susan. Chris Greenshields is up. Chris is the Vice President of Vanier Community Association, followed by Jay Baltz, which is the first of 4 or 5 Hindenburg people. And so, Chris Greenshields, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you mentioned, I'm representing the Vanier Community Association. First of all, I want to thank city staff for their hard work on this phase 2 of our R4 review. The VCA was also glad to participate in the technical advisory committee related to this exercise. We welcome this review, but we've been pretty skeptical. Not because of intensification. Vanier is already one of the most densely populated neighborhoods in Ottawa, and we recognize the need to anticipate further intensification, including the more massive developments along our 3 traditional main streets. Based on current activity, Vanier's population could grow by 4,000 residents within a few years, reaching at least 21,000 residents. But in our view, it better be done right with a holistic approach. This is something council needs to address to ensure the new official plan is not only words, both in respect of municipal investments and services, like parks and other public amenities. In this context, we similarly welcome infill 2+. We continue to look for city engagement in addressing the shortage of green space in Vanier, particularly as the investments made by the former city of Vanier in public use of schools are disappearing and access to green space and recreational facilities is declining. As been stated elsewhere by the FCA, Ottawa, especially post-amalgamation, is a community of neighborhoods, different from one from the other. It is time that neighborhoods be a focus of attention as now proposed by staff in respect of 15-minute neighborhoods. The 20-year neglect of poorer neighborhoods since amalgamation is beginning to be addressed, but efforts now need to step up in line with intensification. A major failure in the R4 review was the preference to try to create fewer subzones in a one-size-fits-all approach, apparently to support the development industry, which we think need to learn more about the neighborhoods in which they work and build. Vanier is largely zoned R4 with a number of R4 subzones, some of which were designed to manage its density in pre-amalgamation zoning by the former city of Vanier. Despite its 110-year history, it was largely ignored for the mature neighborhood overlay and heritage conservation districts proposed by the former city of Vanier were never followed up post-amalgamation. So our neighborhood lacked some of the planning oversight typical of other inner urban neighborhoods. We are fortunate for past good planning that delivered the large number of low-rise apartments in our neighborhood, the low-rise housing estates, and particularly the housing mix, which offers wide housing choice and the minimum unit sizes that were required under Vanier bylaws, all of this for a densely populated square mile. We are still ready, if skeptical, to move forward. Vanier needs to maintain housing choice, which is affordable. Given high crime rates, it needs eyes on the street, so balconies and fenestration are important, all the more so in light of the pandemic. At the same time, facade articulation should not be sacrificed so as to better contribute to the streetscape. We are unhappy about reduced setbacks as we struggle to restore our tree canopy. Lot frontage reductions from Vanier's 18-meter lot frontage, 12 meters for low-rise apartments in many cases are unfortunate for green space and larger families accommodation. Ottawa bylaw and housing standards enforcement is limited, and the VCA has supported more bylaws so enforcement can be more robust. We support Overbrook's call for reconsideration of the cap on the number of units in the relevant R4 subzone to 24. We also support the points in the FCA's recent letter on the review. The VCA, and it's interesting that it has come up from GOBA, recommends in a similar way a monitoring plan to establish benchmarks for the review of implementation of the R4 changes in conjunction with infill 2.
Councillor.
So we have some very detailed suggestions for those.
Councillor Fleury, you have a question?
Thank you. Thank you.
Remind everybody that we're firm on the 5 minutes with the exception that I made because I had 2 people that were set to speak for it. So go ahead with your question. Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, sorry, sometimes on Zoom it gets hectic when more than one person speaks. So it's important to, Chris, for us to recognize that. I have 2 questions for you. The first one is around amenities. So we're one of the oldest part of our city. We have a lagging access to recreation and social infrastructure in the neighborhood. You've been privy to the conversation with city staff on these changes. What are your thoughts on how this would advance those investments in the community?
Well, certainly we recognize that there will be an increasing number of residents and increasing demand on recreational and other facilities. As I mentioned, the former city of Vanier didn't have a lot of money, and it invested in schoolyards and school facilities, swimming pool, the gyms, and so on, that are now largely closed or are very limited to the community, despite the legacy liens, if you will, by the city. This is being exacerbated by the sale of former schools and the loss of those city spaces. So our recommendation, recognizing that there's limited money in the short term to address this situation, is to work with the school board to return those facilities for access to the community. The province has passed guidelines to this effect. It hasn't happened. The city hasn't been able. It's now part of the BBRN exercise, so we welcome that, and we hope that there'll be some effort. Green space remains a real problem, and there hasn't been a new park built in Vanier since amalgamation. So we need to invest in new land space, not just repair and renovation to park space.
So, Madam Chair, I don't know if it's appropriate to ask staff clarity as it relates to that gap. I think it applies to some of the community associations that spoke earlier, from Vanier to Overbrook. I wonder if that's a question to staff after, if this is appropriate.
Sure, it would be after. So notice to Mr. Moorman and Mr. Wise that we'll expect to have a comment on that when we come back to you. Thank you very much.
And then my second question for the delegation, Madam Chair, is, Chris, you're the delegate from the community on the pre-applications, and you've been quite involved with some of the Committee of Adjustments recent applications. Please share with us the struggle that you've heard from the development industry to align with some of the themes, the character that we have in the neighborhood, as it is not properly defined by a secondary plan or an area plan. Could you maybe speak, as you've been privy to engagement on a variety of applications?
Yeah, well, as you know, we do have the Montreal Road District secondary plan. This does not cover our 4 zones, and it only covers a very small part of Vanier. Under the former municipality, we had an official plan, which was the basis for a lot of the issues, or dealing with the issues that we're now confronting. So we're looking to the new official plan to help address it. What we're seeing, for example, with respect to the Committee of Adjustment, is that applicants, having gone through site planning, go back to the Committee of Adjustment to get those site plan changes. Some cases to increase parking, and other cases to reduce site plan setbacks and so on. So it's very frustrating when we're seeing more of that. The The other challenge is as we go forward, we already have a lot of, as I mentioned, low-rise apartment buildings. We want to make sure that, as others have mentioned, that there's a diversity of housing choice. As Oba has mentioned, low-rise apartment buildings may not be the solutions for families. Certainly high-rises, which we're now seeing in Vanier being proposed, 2,000 units in the western sector alone, are not going to be easily affordable for families.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Just a comment, Madam Chair, that I represent one of the areas in our city with highest rental, which is great. We're proud of it. There's a tremendous opportunity and space for renewal of some of the properties. And as Chris highlighted, there remains to be, the industry's asking us, like, what is the character? What are the materials? What are the shapes for Vanier? And that's certainly informed my direction to that was read earlier.
Thank you very much. Are we okay for quorum? Can you see enough people? I see Scott, 1, 2, me, 3, 4, 5.
You're good.
I think we're okay. Hollywood Squares, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes. Okay, our next speaker is Jay Baltz, co-chair, zoning committee, Hintonburg Community Association. Yeah, you have 5 minutes, sir. It's not your first rodeo. You've been here before.
I have been here before. I'm going to actually
Thanks
start
very
my
much.
timer. So you can hear me?
Oh, yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Committee for listening to us today. I'm going to talk only on the very specific parts of this that affect the streetscape, the front facade, and the ones that were changed after the bulk of the consultation had been finished. I want to emphasize first that Hintonburg is almost all R4. So except for our main streets in the interior and the mixed use centers, there's nothing zoned lower than R4 in Hintonburg. So our entire area will be affected by the changes that are made in this study. Also to say, like many of the others who have spoken, that we support the intent of providing low-rise and multi-unit apartments here. I was on the city's technical advisory committee for the R4 study. And over that and over the subsequent white papers and releases of consultation documents by the city, it was emphasized by staff repeatedly that the proposed changes and the increases in density would be mitigated by measures that were intended to mandate a minimum level of design, particularly on the front facades, specifically to maintain compatibility with the established streetscapes in the areas where this is being done. We held an open house with over 100 attendees where the same thing was said in the presentations by staff. The measures that were in place that were being proposed back then were already quite minimal. It is, as others have talked about, that 20% of the front facade would have to be recessed 1.5 meters to provide some articulation and prevent flat facades with little architectural interest, and that balconies would have to be provided over the first floor. We're disappointed, although frankly not surprised, to find that after all that was over, the final bylaw revisions that were released a week before the original date that this was to be discussed in August, even those minimal measures were much reduced. So there was lobbying by the industry. Mr. Chung talked about that, and removed most of these reduced most of these modest requirements for architectural interest. The 1.5 meter is now 0.6 meters. That's less than 2 feet for people who function in feet. The monitor that I'm looking at you on is 2 feet across right now. So that's really not any significant recess. And no articulation will be required if there is a balcony on the front now. we've been plagued here by badly designed 3 and 4 unit buildings back in time that were essentially boxes built to the maximum permitted envelope before infill 1 and 2 and the streetscape analyses came into effect. We expect that that's going to come back now if there are not provisions in these 8 and 12 unit buildings, which are fitting onto lots where they can, frankly, be barely accommodated. A box, like Mr. Chone actually pointed out, is the cheapest structure to build, and that's what's driving the lack of articulation. It's not just a theoretical possibility. Once it became clear that this is the direction staff and the city were going in, we've had a slew of rezoning applications for low-rise apartment buildings in Hindenburg between 7 and 16 units, which are either in process or have already been approved. Almost universally, the first iteration was a plain box, and only through negotiations during the rezoning process, and intimating that we would appeal, have we been able to improve these designs through articulation and adding balconies, and we have been successful in doing that so far. But once this form without balconies and without any real articulation is as of right, we're not going to have a recourse, and therefore we're going to get back to, I think, we fear the poor design. So we're simply asking, like others, that minimal set of standards that had been proposed and put forward as a mitigation through the whole consultation process from the TAC, from the advisory committee and through, be restored, and that we get the articulation at 1.5 meters and the balconies on the front again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It should be no surprise to you, Jay, that Councillor Leeper has a question for you.
Thanks, and I don't intend to take Hindenburg members through a long questioning line, but Jay, what about site plan? Does that give you any comfort that we'll be able to achieve better design?
The site plan is certainly useful, and that we want to preserve site plan on these. There had been some discussion about eliminating site plan to reduce costs on this type, and from what we've seen in the past, site plan for controlling garbage and where things sit, and the details is important. But our experience is that site plan doesn't substitute for zoning, and that the details can be improved through site plan, but things like articulation and balconies, the city won't have the power to require that under the site plan bylaw and the powers from the province. So we need to have these things written into the zoning bylaw and to guide the committee of adjustment in applying, when they get the inevitable applications for variances. I should say the one thing that we should keep in mind is that often you can't put balconies in the front because of a hydro setback, and so in that case we of course would need to be flexible. But other than that, there really is no reason in areas that are mainly where the streetscape has porches and articulation already, that balconies and articulation can't be part of these new built forms.
Perfect. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Fleury, you have a question for Mr. Balz?
I do, and thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be long either. Jay, you've been involved for a number of years. You and I were engaged with the previous provincial government's review of the OMB, and obviously that landed us in an engagement on many topics over time. Want to hear from you on the staff assumption of affordability. I'm curious, you've been involved in development, you've analyzed it for a number of years, looked at policies. What is your perspective on the R4 and the range of affordability that is aspired for?
Opening up the market, putting more units on the market in general, on the macro scale, should increase affordability. Right? The more rental supply there is, the lower the overall cost should be, just by the the law of supply and demand. these specific units, as I think has been pointed out by a number of speakers, and even the GOBA Mr. Chone himself, said, are not going to be particularly affordable, but they will be more affordable than what we're getting now, which are front to back semis. It would be a good thing if other measures were taken by the city to improve affordability, including partnerships. I understand there was an announcement today of 700 new units. That's good. The inclusionary zoning that is in the Provincial Planning Act now, but has not been taken up by the City of Ottawa, although it wouldn't affect small units, small buildings like this, would be a major step towards getting more affordable housing in here. I don't think this is going to be truly affordable housing, but I think it certainly is not going to hurt having more rental units come onto the market.
Thank you.
One would think that with an increase in the inventory, that would just naturally drive down the ability for people who are charging at the highest end. Certainly, that's what we're hearing from realtors, that they finally have a little bit of an inventory versus what they haven't had in housing, and we know how that market's gone like crazy. But thank you very much for coming out today. Linda Hode, you're up next, followed by Cheryl Parrott. Linda?
Thank you. I wasn't sure who was going to unmute me. Thank you, and thank you, councillors, for hearing us. I'm going to speak a bit more on affordability, but first I would like to say that I feel that the recommendations in this report are unfair to the R4 neighborhoods that will be impacted by the changes proposed. This report's a betrayal of those who spent countless volunteer hours on infill 1 and 2, as well as the R4 zoning review. This most recent version has removed many of the redeeming design features noted by Jay in the earlier draft, and now proposes that 8 units will fit on a 300 square meter lot, as well as on a 360 square meter lot, and still offer reasonable amenity space and unit sizes. And you heard from another delegation about the question of unit sizes or suitability of them. The justification for this increased level of intensification is that this is the only way to provide affordable housing for the so-called missing middle. The present proposal is asking too few neighborhoods to solve the affordability problem created by a long list of actors in the housing field. I'd like to deal with both the city and the private sector and what they could be doing to create or preserve affordable housing for the missing middle. Firstly, in spite of declaring the housing emergency, Council has failed to implement inclusionary zoning. We can't wait for the new official plan. We need it right now. In addition, the loss of affordable housing is something that has concerned me for some time. I feel that the city must vigorously and consistently enforce the existing policy that prevents demolition prior to the receipt of a building permit. It's far too easy for owners to, excuse me, to get a report that says, oh, we can't, this is not a suitable unit, and to then bring forward a report to you that these units could be demolished. I think that there needs to be a tightening of the criteria that are used. We also have issues with the number of units that are taken off the market while the owner waits for the right time to develop the property. I understand that there are now in this area, probably Hintonburg and Mechanicsville, 50 vacant units that property standards are monitoring, and 100 vacant units in Centertown. I point to the examples that I'm familiar with on Parkdale between Bullman and Lindale. There are approximately 20 properties that have been vacant since 2014 or 2015. And in Centertown, the London Arms at 151 Metcalf Street, we lost 49 units, and we have a lovely park, but we really don't need a park. We need housing. Another area where you could, I think, tighten up your processes is temporary zoning. new ones or renewal of temporary zoning. For lands which have residential or mixed use zoning, there should be no temporary zoning requests for alternate uses. We had an example, which you may recall, for a parking lot at 1460 Scott Street, which you did in fact refuse the rezoning. That property is zoned for residential. It should be used for residential, not for parking. What I would also like to recommend is that the city inform every applicant applying to build rental housing about the CMHC Rental Construction Financing Initiative and encouraging them to make use of this program. I provided with my written submission an outline of that program. And I'd just like to point out to you that the program has already been used here in Ottawa, as described in Councillor Menard's newsletter at 1050 to 1060 Bank Street. I won't go into detail. It's outlined in my written.
1 minute.
Yep. And he may wish to speak about his experience with dealing with the private sector in making use of this program. It could, in fact, lead to real affordable housing, because in return for the low interest loan, you have to, the owner has to provide affordable housing according to CMHC's requirement. I'd also like to mention the private market should be contributing to affordable housing by retaining rental units on sites where redevelopment will eventually occur. If the buildings are demolished and replaced by seating and fencing, as often happens, or if they're left unoccupied, an enormous amount of staff time and effort are required to enforce the demolition permit conditions or the property standards bylaw. This is a total waste of city resources when we could be keeping these buildings in the short term. We understand they're not going to last forever. They could be used and could house people or continue to house people who've been thrown out. In conclusion, I would suggest that the city would find more acceptance of the zoning changes proposed in this report if communities could see that the city and the private sector were taking the provision, the protection and provision of affordable housing more seriously. We need you to do your part.
Thank you very much, Linda. Sean Menard, Councillor Menard, question?
Thanks very much, Chair Harder. Thanks, Linda, for your presentation. Just a quick question on inclusionary zoning, because obviously, you know, there's different parameters in different cities. Some cities have that if it's over 10 units, an inclusionary zoning can be included if it's in the transit-oriented area now with the new provincial laws. And as you know, we have to do this within TOD. So what's your understanding of how inclusionary zoning could work in our city, why it hasn't come forward yet, and how it could work with these R4? I think it'd be difficult on the R4 just because the nature of the number of units we're seeing. But what's your understanding of how it could work here?
I must say I don't totally understand inclusionary zoning, other than the fact that it would require the private sector to provide more affordable units. There would be some restrictions on what they could charge for rents. It's another way of increasing the supply of housing and the supply of affordable housing. I understand it would not be used in the R4 zones, but there would be less pressure possibly in the R4 zones to increase to the extent that this bylaw proposes, because there would be a broader range of affordable units in different parts of the city.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a big issue for us, is that just creating new housing isn't going to do the job when you're replacing housing that may have been affordable previously with higher priced homes. It has to be more than just a supply issue for us. We've seen that. And those studies are consistent with the urban boundary growth as well. It's not just supply that's going to make more affordability of housing. You have to create actual affordable housing. So I appreciate your delegation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. And I see Cheryl Parrott. Cheryl, you're in the wings there. If you could, you have 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. And could you put up the first slide, please, or the first? Thank you. So please reinstate a required minimum per unit amenity space in the R4 zone. The R4 areas will be the only part of the city where there's no per unit calculation for amenity space on triplexes and low-rise apartments. R4 reduces the required space at a time that we've learned that vital amenity space is during a pandemic. So this is a picture of the required 25 meters square amenity space that would be the requirement on a lot that could house a triplex or 8 units. It could have 3 people, it could house 24 or more people, and it may have more than 8 units in it. So this is very small. So there's the required or the hoped for tree, not the required tree. But it shows a very small area, and that's the size basically of about a parking lot. And slide 2, please. This next slide shows you that you can fit 6 people in if they're all on the periphery of this area. So in a unit that has maybe 24 people in it, that's a very small space to be used. In contrast, an 8-room rooming house in the same area would require a larger space. It would be 7.5 meters per unit, so 60 meters squared. An 8-unit building in the same area that might be in an LC zone would require, again, 6 meters square per unit. So would a mid-rise apartment. So in the Planning Committee report of June 2015, it stated to maintain privacy, preserve open space, and potentially maintain permeable surfaces and existing vegetation. A minimum of 15 meters square at grade amenity area will be required per unit for the first 8 units of residential use, where parking is not required. So this works out to about 120 meters squared for 8 units. That's now reduced to just 25 meters squared total. So that was only 5 years ago, but now the R4s are being projected to have the equivalent of 4 meters square per unit or even less. So we understand with the smaller lots that that requirement isn't possible, but it can still be required to be provided, but in different ways. So in the backyard, on balconies, on rooftops, but there's no requirement for that. It's just that small square. So please direct staff to ensure a minimum per unit amenity requirement in all zones. So Hindenburg and Mechanicsville have a population of just under 10,000 people, and it's about 1.5 kilometers square. We already have approved and almost approved 5,000 dwelling units. This is doubling the density of the area already without the changes to the R4. Also coming soon are the big federal land masses just on the periphery of our community. So Tunney's Pasture, LeBreton Flats, Gladstone Village, and 1010 Somerset. These are going to bring another 10,000 or more units. Almost all of these units are going to be studio and 1-bedroom units. And as others have said, this significantly shifts the demographics in the community that has 3 primary schools and one middle school in easy walking distance. At the recent Urban Boundary Review, Councillor Dudas won unanimous support to make sure new community amenities align with the development approval process. So where is that for the first doubling of the population in the R4 areas like Hindenburg and Mechanicsville? Where is this required infrastructure and amenities that needs to go together along with this incredible growth? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. I don't see any questions. Oh, Johnny come lately, AKA Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. And Cheryl, your point with respect to community amenities is well taken. I'm looking particularly at things like the plant bath or arenas. Did you have any kind of parks and rec and other amenities in mind when you're talking about the need for more as we intensify?
We need some small parks. The pocket parks within the community work very well. We need some more of those, and there is some land that is not built on that should be looked at for those pocket parks. We also are very concerned and have been for 2 to 3 years now and can never get any answers is about Tom Brown Arena, where it keeps being rumored and talked about that it's going to be taken down. We've seen city planning staff tell developers to model 30-story buildings on Tom Brown Arena. And so we're very concerned we're going to lose that, as opposed to when its life cycle is finished, you know, it needs to be into a recreational facility. It needs to be expanded.
Perfect. Thanks.
Well, and just on that, Cheryl, Councillor Tierney and I were part of the sponsor group in the last foray on arena optimization and that sort of thing. And I can tell you that we'd have certainly a very good direction by now. And I think Councillor McKenney knows this as well. If we hadn't had a situation with LeBreton and the Mr. Melnick and the whole debacle that went on there with the arena, and then trying to understand what the implications of an arena were going to be, and then he was going to have an accessible arena, and there was going to be community space in it and everything. It really put a fly, it was a fly in the ointment for sure, and that delayed us. But I can tell you, and Councillor, I think Councillor Leeper, you attended a meeting fairly recently, last few months, that expect to hear that coming back in the next fairly short while, city time. So it's something that I can tell you, and I would say this even without the help of your local area, very strong councillors. This is something that we all recognize is really important, and there's value, absolutely value in a new center. So it's not something that isn't on many of our radars. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's see. So is it Emily Addison? I forget this. I think I saw something this morning, or Larry Hudon that are here now. I have it as
Emily Addison. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Emily.
Hi. And this is my first rodeo at planning committee. So
well, it's less painful this way than in person.
Right. Very good. All right. I have been working on zoning issues in the Hintonburg community for a while, though.
Thank you.
I wanted to speak. The R4 report says that the proposed amendment brings certain basic matters relating to building and site design into the zoning, establishing a degree of predictability for builders and residents, rather than leaving them to be negotiated through every individual site plan control process. And that's something that we've wanted for a long time, is to have predictability. It's very hard. However, there's very weak direction to the Committee of Adjustment in the report. And it says that everything can be varied as long as garbage can somehow be taken onto the street. This takes away any predictability for us. We believe that this weak direction to the Committee of Adjustment will put us in a perpetual process of opposing minor variance applications. It gives no predictability to communities or developers, adding costs and delays to the process by many months. Privacy of neighbors will be very much reduced if there are 6 balconies looking into the yards of neighbors. This example here is of 9 La Douceur. It is a 4-unit, proposed as 3-unit, and then they added a 4th and got permission afterwards. This is 4 houses over. This is not from my backyard. I live 4 houses over, and they can still see into my backyard. There's a second photo, if you can. This is a new project being built on Lowry that faces onto La Douceur. This is the backyard balconies, and you can see they're very invasive. If I just go back to the La Douceur example, I would point out that there is 1 square foot of green space on that property. There is no trees, there is no grass, there's 1 little square foot of garden on that property. The privacy of neighbors will be very much reduced. If the rear setbacks are reduced even further, this just makes the issue all the greater. And that's happened with these projects. The positive part of the original offer proposal was that the city staff would incorporate strong direction in the zoning to provide the intent that this intensification was indeed the maximum. That has been completely watered down in this case to the point that the direction is now anything can be varied as long as the garbage can somehow go to the street. Privacy for tenants and neighbors, tiny amenity space, soft, tiny landscaping, none of these seem to be of concern, just the garbage making it to the street. So we ask you to take the time and direct staff to provide strong direction to the Committee of Adjustment, not to vary the rear yard setbacks. This will increase the infill, these were increased in infill 2 as a result of real impacts on the reductions created, and they need to be maintained in this new plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Emily. That was great. I don't see any questions for you.
I would just add, I would really love to see the committee take the time to assess this, make comments,
Okay.
and
Emily,
not vote
Emily,
today.
I know it's your first time, okay, but this is not something that we allow. So,
Thank you.
but thank you very much, and we would always take the time. This is like, just to be clear, R4 or any of our policy pieces really guide us for the next decade, 2 decades. The official plan that we're in the middle of, these are very, very important pieces, and we don't take any of it lightly. Thank you for coming out today.
Thank you.
Is Sheila here? Has Sheila signed in, or does it still say
She is.
property of Sleep Mattress, whatever you told, Sleep Country?
No, that's not the same. She's here.
Okay. I'd like to still know who it is, though, that's watching in from there. Sheila, okay, you're our last speaker. And you're here because Robert Brinker cannot be here, correct?
Sheila, you need to unmute.
Sheila, you're muted. There must be a system that I'm sure there isn't, or we'd be using it. Sheila.
Let me try again.
No, thank you very much.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me? Thank you.
We can
Thank you
now.
very much, first of all. And we really appreciate the opportunity to speak from the Federation of Citizens Association. And I'm speaking on behalf of Robert Brinker, who's unable to be here today for this. But as you know, and you've heard a number of presenters today, and this is a really important topic for us through our planning and zoning. And we've been involved since 2016. So this is a long-standing issue. And I want to point out that neighborhoods really matter to us. As I think you know, we have offered various workshops. We've had high engagement for a number of these meetings, and in good faith trying to move forward to get best solutions. So 3 things come to mind. First of all, the predictability that's so important in all of this. And that's with the zoning that has to be pretty ironclad for us and to be able to support neighborhoods. The sustainability is another issue. And that includes not only the community concept on this, but it's also that heritage, the other elements of character and environment. And the neighborhood context, which is critical. What are we trying to build here in this city of Ottawa? And although we're talking about an interurban area, this has impacts, and we don't want to overload any one particular area. And as we embark on this official plan, I think there's some serious discussions to how to reach equitable issues. So looking at the growth management plan and where we position ourselves, density done right, neighborhoods matter, having that missing middle and appropriateness is really critical in all of this. Now, what do we want? So we certainly, affordability is being addressed in this, and that's important. The stock that's out there for rental is what we're also hearing very much. Good design, character that that is built right, not the big box like structures.
the accommodation for families, and the whole idea of larger units. Some of these units, if they're so tiny that you cannot get families in areas where you're trying to build that balance in your neighborhood or in your ward, it's extremely important to have that in mind. Parking has been raised, and certainly we have some considerations and concerns around it. That has to be worked out, because when we have narrow lots, the pressure on the neighborhood, regardless, you're going to have cars. And I know Mr. Chown, Murray Chown mentioned this earlier. It is a dilemma for GOBA, and I think we share that as community associations. So looking down the road in terms of review, a couple of things come to mind. The local solutions, obviously, in the 15-minute neighborhoods, because you're hearing Ash is not the same. In other words, Sandy Hill is not identical to Vanier. Overbrook, where I live, is not, and it's certainly changing, but it is not the same community as Hintonburg. Hintonburg has an overwhelming R4. The drastic changes of transformation have to be extremely closely monitored. And that brings us to my other point, which is really the data and review. When we did infill 2, we very much tried with the industry and staff to look at an annual review and something that would make things accountable in terms of where there can be local solutions. And I think we have an opportunity to do this. My concern is that this does not load simply on committee of adjustment when there's going to be debates, challenges, et cetera, for a lot of variances. So, and then one other thing I would like to mention is certainly about the vacancies that have been mentioned earlier, and I know Linda mentioned this. We need that inventory, because that will really help us plan properly for the various neighborhoods. And what are the missing amenities, for example? What is it that we really desire? So in summary, thank you very much. I certainly appreciate Tim Norman and staff support. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. As always, just a minute. Councillor Brockington, followed by Councillor Leeper, have questions. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Perry, for your presentation. And I do want to acknowledge Robert Brinker, your chair's work. Of course, he is very engaged in my community, and I know he's very passionate about the FCA. I don't want to put you on the spot. I read your submission that Mr. Brinker provided us, I believe yesterday, with my question, and that is about the first statement, restriction to study area. And you say, because there are 4 subzones outside the inner urban area, we see no need to restrict the bylaw solely to that part of the city. Can you just expand on that thought for the committee?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think one of the issues, this is a very restricted study, first of all, in one sense. And I think if I'm reading into your question, you know, we're looking at a very centralized area of the city. And as we know, the outlying areas are growing. There's a huge desire by many families to go there because of size. There's a number of things, amenities, etc. So this really, and I don't have the answer to this completely, but I think this is something that staff and councillors are going to need to watch very closely with outlying areas. Where are the opportunities as we're going into the official plan and as we really nail down zoning? And this is, the zoning is the laws, or really are the laws of the land for us. Where are the appropriate areas for our R4 zoning? And if we can get that kind of thing right, you begin to get a better balance. And as I said earlier, I am very fearful for areas such as Hintonburg with overloaded R4. it's unfair. And in fact, the pressure on the infrastructure is immense. And we're seeing that here in Overbrook, for example. You know, is it, more than 24 units, you know, is that really appropriate for a small side street? Those are big questions. But yes, to answer your question, I think, frankly, we need to be exploring a bigger picture in a holistic way.
I appreciate that. We're not going to discuss that today, you know, outside of words 12 through 17, but certainly as the official plan continues to evolve, we will be addressing that through other means. But thank you for your presentation.
Good questions. And before I go to Councillor Leeper, I mean, it's a very, don't think for a minute that R4, because it absolutely, when you look at it, it seems to be so different than what Westboro, for example, and Councillor Leeper is saying, or Councillor Tierney with the 30-story condos, rentals, et cetera, but it is an integral piece. Just in the inside the Greenbelt, there's 17,000 R4 lots. And without adopting a policy that allows this gentle density, we are going to, our pressure on the growth management strategy that we, that most of us supported, but not everybody, back in July, will be off by 20%. That's what we're talking about here. So it's important we get it right for sure. Councillor Leeper, you have a question, and then we'll then we're going to bring it back to questions of staff.
Perfect. I do have a couple of questions for Sheila. Chair, I do have some directions that I would like to see if staff will take. I'm given to understand that they will. But first, the questions for Sheila. Sheila, you talked about a parade of committee of adjustment applications. I'm very, very keen to see that the bylaw reflects what council wants to see built and that it serves as a firm line. What aspects of the bylaw do you think are going to be most often varied or requests for variances come forward?
Well, I'm not a certified planner, but I do see the trends. And I think the trends, and thank you for the question, because I think this is a very important element for people to monitor. You know, you're moving from, or the advice was to move to a 0.6 relief. Well, will there be other challenges there on this? And the balcony overlays, the privacy issues, the facades that are, how do we get imagination with good design features? And I know some of this treads into the site plan area, but ultimately, I think things will be tested at the Committee of Adjustment, and they need something very ironclad to help. And that's having a city, and this is with no disrespect to city planners, but oftentimes I've seen no concerns. And when that happens, you know the panel would be swayed to approve. So, you know, knowing the area, if you look at the intent of this, and I was just looking at this again earlier, is it compatible infill? That's part of what this decision is all about today. And is it establishing low-rise neighborhoods, you know, in the urban area? Those are some of the check boxes, I think, in all of this. But the Committee of Adjustment is going to need some support. And that's part of the reason I think this needs a review, an annual review. Hope that helps.
It does, and I'm glad you raised the review, because the other question I have for you, and I think it's relevant to the discussion we're having, I'm going to support the recommendations that have come forward, but there are a number of leaps of faith that that I think councillors have to make in order to do that. One of them is that it will be reviewed, and I have the experience now of infill 1 and 2 that got reviewed when we said they were going to review them. They're being reviewed through a lens of, did the bylaw achieve what we had expected the bylaw to achieve? And now we're looking at a package of amendments to the infill 1 and 2 rules that we'll be debating, I've got to assume sometime in the next month or so after a deferral this summer. Does it give you comfort to know that the reviews, or that, does it give you comfort to know that the review of infill 1 and 2 went forward with the right questions with respect to making assumptions about reviewing the new R4 package?
Yes, to answer your question, and thank you for that. I think that's extremely important in all of this. I'm a big fan, and I think we all are when we invest a huge amount of time to having a review. And if you see direct impacts out of that, positively affecting change, that's huge for us and building the trust in the neighborhoods and throughout the city. We're a big city. We're growing like crazy. But you know, getting this right, so we right now with COVID challenges, rethinking some of how we can do things better. Having all those magic answers right now, we don't have them. That review for having a serious impact down the road, you bet. I think that's very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are my
Thank
questions
you.
for Sheila. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, and thanks for your late sign up, Sheila. You know,
Well,
you're
this
always
is probably my last go, and because
Why are you going?
well, I'm finishing off my 3-year term as president of FCA. So I thank you for the opportunities to
Excuse me,
speak.
we have a motion. We have a motion now, I'm sure. I'm looking around at who's going to move that motion. Maybe the vice chair would like to, that Sheila Perry not be allowed, because you're doing so much good work, Sheila. You know, go for the extension. I'm sure you're tired, but listen, I think you've done an incredible job during your time. And I'm sure we'll still see you here. And of course, I know the work you're doing on 15-minute neighborhoods, and that will remain a passion for you. But I'm not really kidding. If somebody wanted to move that motion, I'd be happy to vote for it. So. Thank you. Thank you.
Come and join our FCA meeting. Anyway, thank you so much, and your dedication as counselors, and of course, all our community association people who spoke so well today. It's really a pleasure to see the interest. So all the best.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Sheila. Take care. Okay, everybody, I'm going to, in the recognizing the amount of speakers that we have left, which are a lot, and the next 3 items all fit together, and there's some people that will be speaking to at least 2 of the 3. And the next are the ones in Old Ottawa East, the next 3. We're going to have questions of staff now. So if you want to speak, ask questions and wrap up as possible. Happy to have you put your hands up, but I think that I don't know that we need a vote, but we will bump into that 12:30 time. We do need to have a break. We have a lot of people after this, and I wanted to let the people who are here for items 2 through to whatever the last number is. What is it? 9, 10? Let's say 10. Yeah, I think 9. Yeah, 2 to 9. That we will be taking a half-hour break. So whenever we finish this particular item, I would think that probably we're talking about half an hour to 45 minutes. Then we'll be taking a half-hour break. So you may want to yourself take advantage of that time. We will not be starting the next item until after the half-hour break. So thank you, everyone. The first speaker questions of staff. Maybe before we do that, we should refresh all the directions and motions that are on the table right now. How about we do that? And then you can phrase your questions around that. So, Melody, do you have the ability to put them up on the screen? Okay, so Vice Chair. Okay, so Vice Chair Gower, if you could remind us of the technical amendment. I'm not asking you to say it, but there is a technical amendment, and you also moved. So there's the very long technical amendment.
Technical amendment, adding charts, correcting a couple of technical discrepancies. And this is the one that was circulated today. And I also moved on behalf of Councillor Fleury, his motion on for a specific zone in Sandy Hill. I'll just wait for that to come up on the screen.
You should be seeing it now.
I have a very poor internet connection right now, so I'm seeing a very pixelated screen for the motion.
Did you get your MiFi yet?
It's on order and arriving soon. Thank you. This is the, which one is this, Mel? I can't make it out on my screen, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The rooftop amenity space.
Yeah, and waste. So basically it's sustaining the permission that we gave, or the motion that we approved a while back for Sandy Hill. This is specific to Sandy Hill. And then we have the R4 motion, R4 junior motion that's being, that was introduced by Councillor Fleury.
Yeah. So the Sandy Hill garbage motion, I believe was introduced by Councillor Leeper on behalf.
Yeah, it's Councillor Leeper, sorry, yes.
Yeah, and I introduced on behalf of Councillor Fleury the motion on the R4 junior.
That's right, restricting the number in Sandy Hill.
Yes.
Okay, and what else do we have?
We have three separate directions.
Right, and the first one was in Sandy Hill, and it was, I told you, this has the approval of staff to examine the boundaries of the Sandy Hill Heritage Conservation Districts. And you can see it there on the screen. The study should include consideration of built heritage from all periods of development in Sandy Hill. And then there was the Vanier character study direction to staff to review the need for a character study of Vanier after council approval of the update to the low-rise design guidelines to determine the need for additional analysis. I think that was it.
And then we have one from Councillor Leeper, which he hasn't introduced yet.
Okay, so why don't you do that now, Councillor Leeper, and then we'll get into the list of people, which will start with yourself, by the way, to ask questions.
Thanks. So I will just introduce I am hoping that staff will take direction first in response to some of the concerns that we heard from Hintonburg, is to work with all the branches of the city, and most particularly with staff responsible for the enforcement of property standards rules, to uphold the property standards bylaw to minimize the loss of rental housing and apply strictly the rules concerning demolition control. We do have a lot of vacant properties in Hintonburg. I think some of those are waiting to see whether or not the R4 passes through, but even if they don't, as I'll get into, I mean, they are going to be developed, but developers far too often are purchasing properties in which people live, evicting the tenants, working with the rules that the province has, and then letting those sit for some considerable time. And that obviously does not help our housing crisis. The second is to ensure that all applications for rezonings, variances, and building permits are made aware of affordable housing programs such as the CMHC's rental construction financing program, and encourage strongly to participate in those if eligible. We'd like to make sure that staff are raising this with applicants who are trying to build buildings and encouraging them to take part. And then finally, I would like to see whether staff can commit to exploring through the official plan stronger protections for tenants who might be displaced due to demolitions or redevelopment. tenant-landlord relations are in the purview of the province, but I know that creative cities and progressive cities can find ways to try to help our tenants, and I think this is going to be an important discussion through the official plan. So I am hoping that staff will take that direction, and then I can go into my wrap-up or
Why
my
don't you?
questions. So
Why don't you?
the I'm going to write my big blog post as I always do about why I'm supporting this. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time grandstanding on voting this one. But I do need to ask staff about the discomfort that the communities are hearing that variances are going to subvert the intent of this bylaw. We are zoning for the development that we are willing to see. I don't think you have any appetite to try to stuff 8-unit buildings or 12-unit buildings on lots that clearly can't handle it. How are we going to prevent the Committee of Adjustment from subverting the intent of our bylaw?
With respect to that, Madam Chair, we think that
David, can you get closer to the mic, please?
Sorry. Madam Chair, with respect to that, we think that there is a direction within the staff report that would speak to how the Committee of Adjustment would be dealing with these matters. So I think that we'll need to look at these things as they go along, and we'll certainly be engaged in a training program with Development Review staff so that they understand the mechanisms that are being put forward today.
Can I just ask, because the language that is in the report, so I'm looking at page 18 with the draft official plan policy. And clause B of the draft official plan policy says, variances to reduce the minimum required lot size may only be considered where adequate waste storage and management, bicycle parking, and intensive green space can be provided. That seems, rather than being prohibitive or prescriptive, to actually be permissive. It seems to invite developers to explain how they can meet these vaguely worded, non-quantified considerations in order to achieve variances. I'm really concerned about that clause.
Madam Chair, it's important to keep in mind that until very recently, staff reports around zoning amendments had really no explicit guidance as to what the intent of these rules were. And as a result of that, we've seen the kinds of Committee of Adjustment applications that have been so frustrating to the community because, of course, one of the main four tests of a minor variance is it in line with the intent of the zoning? And in the absence of any such guidance, variances end up being decided by whoever can talk the sweetest or pound the table the hardest. So by including guidance in here that says, look, here is why we wrote the zoning the way it is. And to be clear, the reason there are minimum lot sizes are because we have tested certain minimum lot sizes and are confident that you can handle garbage, bicycles, and green space on lots of that size. We did not test smaller lots. But the reason for the minimum lot size is to make sure that those things can be done. So what this policy does is, or well, what the draft policy and what would be the guidance of the Committee of Adjustment would be, Committee of Adjustment, do not consider reducing minimum lot sizes unless you can meet these things. In the absence of that guidance, it becomes a matter of pounding the table or talking the sweetest. So this does give guidance and should provide some comfort that those fundamental needs of site design, the reason we have the zoning and the planning in the first place, will be met even in the course of a minor variance.
I'm just concerned about the word adequate. It's not quantified. It's too vague.
Madam Chair, if I may as well too, part of the thing within here, this is a draft official plan policy, certainly. So it's not the place for an official plan policy to go into the specifics of size and dimensioning and all of those things. What this is meant to do is it's meant to provide very strong direction to the Committee of Adjustment that these are matters that they should certainly be taking note of. There are other bylaws and there are other mechanisms that the city has, namely the solid waste management, solid waste bylaw, that kicks in for units that are 6 units and up. And the solid waste bylaw is really the big driving bylaw that actually directs how much garbage space you need to accommodate, what type of containerization you need to put that garbage in, what type of enclosures need to be provided for that garbage and waste storage. And so that's the mechanism, that's the actual regulation that the city has at the municipal level to actually say what are the dimensions and what are the actual dimensional requirements that are necessary. So that is something that all applicants need to be able to demonstrate, and they need to provide that to our waste management team's satisfaction when they are applying for 6 units and up, and where this bylaw kicks in. Additionally, as well too, is within the bylaw as well too, we certainly have the requirements for a clear traversable space of 1.5 meters along the side for the setback, which is fully intended again to require and allow for that access of waste management to move back and forth. So I think in terms of the concern that that's been expressed by Councillor Leeper, Madam Chair, the official plan is certainly the place to be putting in the high-level policy guidance, but we do have other tools available to us at the municipal level for us to be able to provide those kinds of dimensionings and to provide that kind of size requirement further down. And the OP is maybe not the appropriate place for that to go.
Yeah, so you can meet the bylaw requirements of waste management. You can meet the bylaw requirements of how much bicycle parking to provide, and what I would predict is that you will then see the developers say, all we need is a 2 square meter reduction in the green space. All we need is a 18% reduction in the green space. It's a minor variance. I think this language is problematic in terms of direction to the committee. So we're not going to agree today on that. I will keep hammering on this over the course of the next 10 days before this goes to a council vote. But I hope you can see why the community is concerned.
Can I, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, just one thing that I just wanted to touch on as well too. I mean, I mentioned the solid waste bylaw certainly for the waste management provisions, but I think it's also there are also spatial requirements as well too within the zoning bylaw itself, as well too for bicycle storage and parking. So those are dimensions that are already included within the zoning bylaw, as well too. One of the things that we are working very closely on is with our natural systems staff and forestry with respect to trees, both in the front yard and in the rear yard. And indeed, when you look at the soft landscaping requirements that are included within this R4 package, that is done for the express purpose of ensuring that there is enough soil volume and adequate space provided to be able to enable the planting of a significant and healthy tree in that rear yard. And so as we work our way forward with natural systems, that's certainly one of the things that we want to make sure that we're finding ways to strengthen and improve. So I think that when a developer comes in for a variance and as you said, would seek to reduce that soft landscaping, there are other tests that the developer is going to need to make in terms of that level of impact. Not only to the waste management and to the functional ability for cycling, but also as to the impact with respect to the urban forest bylaw and what we are intending to do to maintain, retain, replace, enhance the urban forest as part of the R4 package, and also going forward to the infill and zoning bylaw refreshes as well.
All of this is going to require, certainly in the opening weeks and months, the first year of the new bylaw, sophisticated, strong comment from our city planners on applications to the Committee of Adjustment. Are you committed to doing that?
Madam Chair, you're absolutely right. One of the things that we, that staff have internally identified is that we have a need to disseminate information and share information in a much more significant way. Part of that silo breaking down. Certainly our general manager has been pushing forward with the, for staff to move forward with the Building Better Infill initiative, which is fully intended for building code, right-of-way, forestry, development review services, policy staff,
and bylaw enforcement to get together to be able to share these knowledge and to be able to actually bring forward a unified response to some of these issues. It will certainly take work. It will certainly take an awful lot of training. But as we've seen with the passage of the urban tree bylaw and also with some of the past initiatives, we are certainly in the progress of doing that internally.
I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing so far, but you know, I would hope that where variances come forward, that we don't just see as staff has no concerns. I'm looking in the initial stages of this for, you know, relatively meaty comment to describe how the proposed variances either do or don't meet the intent of the bylaw test. Chair, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Chair.
No.
I had two questions. My first is in respect to actually one of our delegations had brought this up at the recent discussion as part of the official plan and the urban boundary review. I had put forward a motion that was unanimously passed that really spoke to how staff were going to bring forward policies in the draft official plan that would ensure that any expansion, any urban expansion areas or infill would be planned, funded, phased, and built so that the necessary infrastructure, community amenities are in place and coordinated through the development approvals process. So what we're talking about right now is zoning that will be, you know, adding density and much needed density intensification to specific areas. But we're not just talking about one, we're talking about multiple, and all of these will put pressures on existing communities and existing infrastructure. This is actually very similar to the item that's coming up in my ward that I wanted to speak to later. So I'm wanting to know from staff specifically, how does this motion and its intentions and the impacts on the existing infrastructure play into your considerations for this report that's coming forward?
Thanks for the question, Madam Chair. Yeah, certainly it was a big topic of discussion during the growth management official plan meetings. And we actually had a very similar discussion last night with FCA on this very topic. So really, you know, the official plan is the starting point. As you know, we need a new infrastructure master plan, a new transportation master plan, including pedestrian, cycling, parks master plans. All these master plans need to be updated, refreshed to deal with the growth we're expecting in the urban area, to identify projects and get them funded through our development charge. So that's going to take time. The official plan is the first step in that process, the critical step, I would suggest, and it will follow based on the decisions council makes on the official plan.
And that's helpful to know, but I think once again, that's a huge factor for communities that are inheriting a lot of this densification. They need to have the infrastructure and the benefits for those who live near it. I did have one more quick question. It's respect to the motion about junior R4. I would like to get staff's take on this. I'd like to get your thoughts on this particular motion, whether you support it or not.
I'll start and turn it over to Dave. Yeah, staff are not able to support that particular motion. We find that it actually goes against the intent of the R4 study in terms of, you know, removing some of those artificial forest fields that are limiting the ability to provide, you know, apartments and affordable housing options. So Dave or Tim, would you like to add anything to that?
Can you just clarify which motion that was that you're against?
Yeah, Madam Chair, no, that's the motion from Councillor Fleury with respect to the junior R4 to cap the units at 4 for junior R4s within Sandy Hill. I think that the one thing that I would just add to that is that I think staff do recognize and do appreciate that Sandy Hill does have a unique circumstance with respect to the location nearer to the University of Ottawa. I think, though, that staff do have some reservations as to how we would differentiate regulations from one neighborhood to the next. Again, recognizing, though, that there is some unique circumstance with respect to the University of Ottawa's proximity to that community.
So while you're recognizing that, and that's helpful to understand, while you're recognizing that there are nuances for that particular community, is there a way outside of this motion doesn't pass, is there a way for staff to take that into consideration, factor that into upcoming developments, upcoming applications for this area?
Madam Chair, one of the things that that staff have engaged with the neighborhood, with community association over the past, I'd say, decade, is certainly a long program of trying to understand and appreciate the development pressures that are occurring within there, some of the economic distortions that are occurring because of that proximity to the university, and also again, there are certain provisions that are already in place within Sandy Hill. For example, the site plan control pilot program continues to operate within Sandy Hill right now, which puts all development through site plan control and through design review. And that has certainly provided some benefit to that neighborhood. There are also additional waste management provisions, and as was mentioned earlier before, bylaw enforcement with respect to property standards that look at some of the nuisance issues that have been ongoing that are not necessarily zoning and land use related, but are more a matter of some of those unique neighborhood pressures that are occurring within there. So there's been quite a few actions that have been occurring through there within that neighborhood. And again, we don't necessarily agree that putting on a unit cap is necessarily the right answer. But again, there is a different circumstance there that staff are cognizant of.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moffat? Councillor Moffat?
Thank you. Sorry for that. I was not sitting at my desk. I just really wanted a quick response from staff. Just their assessments of the motions regarding Sandy Hill. I'm interested in how, first of all, why the motions are necessary. So why weren't those considerations included in the report in the first place? And what's the risk to the rest of the city, to the other areas of the city, in terms of making exceptions in Sandy Hill?
Madam Chair, again, staff have expressed concerns with respect to these motions. Again, we do recognize the unique circumstance that is with respect to the University of Ottawa and some of the distorting effects that occurs through there. But I think it's very important for us all to recognize as well too that zoning cannot, by provincial law, zone or provide land use controls on the basis of who is living within those buildings. And so that's a line that we need to, of course, walk very carefully. So we do think that there are a number of enforcement mechanisms with respect to the nuisance bylaws that are currently in place to help control some of the concerns with respect to behavior. We don't necessarily agree that it's appropriate or that it's something that staff would be able to reasonably defend in front of a land use tribunal if staff are required to look at and provide a rationale for why there would be a land use differentiation under the zoning bylaw that would provide different regulations for this neighborhood in relation to maybe a similar neighborhood in respect to geographic proximity to both the LRT stations and also downtown.
So would you see, if approved, could you see, now I know the current zoning isn't exactly the same, but obviously this is just one step. There will be more R4 considerations, certainly in the outer urban area in the future. So when looking at, let's say, Old Ottawa South or the area around Algonquin, could we see similar considerations be required in the future to mirror that, mirror what's being recommended by the councillor for Sandy Hill?
Madam Chair, I would say again that staff do have some concerns with respect to this motion, and so staff are not supportive of it. Yeah. Again, every neighborhood faces different pressures, and every neighborhood has some unique challenges associated with it. Again, with this one, we feel that there are other mechanisms to handle some of the behavioral concerns that have been identified by the Sandy Hill Community Association. We don't necessarily feel that zoning and land use is the response to that. So certainly if there were movements by other neighborhoods to bring those things forward, staff would have to evaluate that on the basis of what our powers are under the Planning Act and what the legislation allows.
All right, thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Well, I have to go to Councillor Tierney. I have to go to committee members first. So I go to Councillor Tierney, then Vice Chair Gower, and then back to Councillor King. So Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it brief. Many of the questions have been asked. Knowing that obviously I'm seeing a lot of development around TOD regions. The chair mentioned, I have 5 towers, 22 stories on Frontier. I got a 30-story that's been approved right at Gloucester Centre attached to the station. Of course, stage 2, Montreal Road Station, a lot of the properties in my area, they're really looking at it. Obviously with TOD, there's a big issue, but I think the big question we've heard time and again, can you please give your view of what is going to happen when we start talking what parcels are going to be upzoned within our city, especially inside the Greenbelt, there's going to be quite a bit. Just to confirm, the areas where you guys are mapping out, and I know Councillor Leeper has many areas in his area. I got plenty in my area. Out in the south end inside the Greenbelt, there's a lot. Can you confirm, and I think that's why there's so much discussion on this discussion today, we'd be seeing a lot of R3 and R4 upzoning within our communities when we get those maps back towards the end of the year.
Thanks for the question, Madam Chair. Certainly that was a topic of discussion again through the growth management strategy. And if the city is going to meet its objectives and targets in terms of those units, yes, we will. There will be changes made to the current zoning across the city, focused on areas that are supported by higher levels of transit, our nodes and corridors. So the short answer is yes. There will be, draft information being released later this fall on that. So stay tuned. But in sum, yes.
Okay, great. So I'll keep it almost pretty much there. I just want to say thank you to staff. A lot of work has gone into this, and I'm happy actually that this meeting is going along because this is critical to those wards inside the Greenbelt, mine included, so we can present this information back to our communities and let them understand, we voted at this level for this much expansion. That's why we're going to see this much R3, this much R4 coming to our communities. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gower.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can staff just address a couple of the delegations that expressed concern that this was a review of only R4 in the core? Can you just clarify why it is in the core, focus on the core and not R4 zones outside of it?
Madam Chair, when this project began back when, before even R4 phase 1 began, it was in response to issues that were overwhelmingly focused in the inner urban area, which is to say the bunkhouse issues. The second phase came about as a result of what we learned in terms of the circumstances that were driving bunkhouses in the first place. So from the beginning, this was something that was very much aimed at an inner urban context. We've also found, as we think about what the best kind of constellation of rules and initiatives are to get the best outcomes here, there is a set of solutions that make sense in the inner urban area that might not all make sense in other areas because the context will be different. So this is really about addressing the particular problems of the inner urban area, and in the future, we look forward to exercises that would look at outer urban R4s, other zones in different contexts.
Okay, the second concern that I heard today and also in the correspondence was around heritage overlay areas and the concern that these new rules would leave some heritage overlay neighborhoods vulnerable to the impacts of infill developments. How have staff considered that concern and addressed that through this report?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that we did understand, and we met with heritage staff and also with some of the communities as well too, that have either heritage conservation districts or heritage overlays attached to them. Certainly, portions of Sandy Hill have HCDs, portions of New Edinburgh have HCDs as well too. And one of the things that's really clear in the report and in the language as well too, is that the articulation requirements laid out in the zoning do not trump the heritage requirements that are also laid out within within the heritage provisions as well too. That is to say, if there are material, roof line, articulation requirements, things like that, that our heritage staff deem to be important in terms of design matters to preserve and retain that heritage character as it moves along, then that is something that they are fully empowered to do. And can override what the zoning requirements are. I do think it's important for us to all again note though that heritage and the character is not tied to a specific typology type. So there is every reason for why a development could come forward as a multi-unit building, but at the same time would still operate within that heritage context and still be fully subject to all of the heritage design controls that are necessary to ensure that it fits into that context. That will still be retained and that will still be available to them.
Okay, good, that's important. Question on public engagement, public feedback. Did we hear from enough renters in the course of engagement, or do you know what percentage of feedback you receive would be from renters as opposed to homeowners or property owners?
Madam Chair, renters are extremely hard to reach, and it's a problem that we identified early on in this process. In the area that we're talking about, 2/3, 60% or 2/3, thereabouts, of households are renters. But indeed, we do usually hear from homeowners disproportionately. One of the things that we did do to offset this in the case of this study was early on we put an ad on Kijiji in the apartments for rent section, so that the people who are looking for apartments will see that we are doing a study and that we want to hear from them. These are people who often have never been contacted directly. It's very hard to find them and very hard to get them involved. There is an annex to the report that you'll see that summarizes and quotes from some of the comments that we heard from a number of people who were indeed at the pointy end of this rental housing market. I was expecting to hear some tough stories. I was not expecting to hear such a tone of despair from some of them. We are hearing from people who are at wit's end. They're not even traditionally poor. They are people who reasonably expect to be able to find an apartment, and they can't. And they're saying things like, I'm about to be evicted from my sublet at the end of the month, and my daughter and I don't know where we're going to go. So to the extent that we have heard from renters through that kind of several month process of attracting them through Kijiji, we've heard great support from renters.
Well, that's good. That's good. I think it's important. I think the voice of renters is very much underrepresented in a lot of our discussions at Planning Committee and at other committees of the city. I'll wrap up very quickly, Madam Chair. I did move the motion for Councillor Fleury because I think it's important to have the discussion in front of us. But I don't actually support it, but I think it's important to have a debate. I think we do need to be thinking about the needs of renters, whether they're students or otherwise. I think I'm not supporting it because councillors in every neighborhood could probably find a reason to argue for an exception, whether it's proximity to a university or parking concerns, amenity concerns. They may all be valid arguments, but in the end, I think adding exceptions like that water down the rules, and they don't get us any closer to our true intensification goals. So if we limit apartment buildings in this zone in Sandy Hill to 4 units, we're not addressing the strong demand for rental housing, and I don't think we're getting any closer to fixing the demand for affordable rental housing either. So I'll wrap it up there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gower. Councillor King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to really extend thanks to staff, especially Tim Mormon, for all the hard work on this file. Obviously, this R4 review is of utmost importance to many residents in Ward 13. And, due to the hard work and really focusing on many of the issues that do affect residents, I'm inclined to support these changes at council. So I'm willing to say that, but obviously I still have some major concerns, especially around the conjoint lot issue. Page 17 of the report indicates that lot consolidation is unusual and that allowing more units would be done through variance. Given the traditional Overbrook lots, neighborhood in my ward already wide, I see consolidation happening on a more frequent basis as prices increase and people sell to downsize. So I have major concerns that despite zoning, most of Overbrook R4 UC, where you have a specified maximum lot size, we're going to end up with a lot more applications for variance. So I'm just wondering here, do the provisions in this review, will they address boxy, unimaginative apartment buildings, not unlike the ones I have emerging in certain areas of my ward? Two bungalows go down, then we have a larger apartment building go up. No problem with the intensification in and of itself, but the character. I know that part of this review deals with greater articulation. So I'm just wondering if we get another scenario like that that we experienced in Overbrook on Columbus Avenue, would we have the tools here to address ensuring that there is greater articulation to the building?
Madam Chair, the answer to that question is yes. The rules that we are introducing through this zoning, requirements that do not currently exist, include limitations on maximum lot size, which is to say to limit lot consolidations to a reasonable degree. Also, the requirements for part of the facade to be set back further, the articulation requirement, or for balconies, one or the other, to give a better face to the street. Requirements for minimum fenestration and for windows to have sills that actually connect them to the street rather than cutting them off. And finally, requirements for not only for entrances facing the street, but in the case of a wide building or a wide lot, for multiple such entrances, so that when a number of lots are put together, and it would be a small number of lots, but when that happens, that the resulting project carries forward more of the pre-existing rhythm of the street and lots and entrances, mimics more of what you would see on a block of townhouses and less what you would see on, we've come to call kind of cruise ship designs, where it's one wide building with one door. So that's the longer answer, but the very short answer is yes, we've very deliberately put in design standards and some of these restrictions in order to do that.
Well, I'm very happy to note that we have those design standards, and we'll also have a requirement for principal entrances every 12 meters. But I'm still concerned about not placing a cap on the number of units. I mean, page 74 of the report says extensive modeling through the R4 exercise has demonstrated that it's very hard to get more than 12 units on anything but a very large lot. The development that I was talking about at 261 Columbus is 68 meters wide, and because it was ultimately 4 parcels of land, and we'll have 34 units, and that's going up next to bungalows and other things. And like I said, it's not very imaginative. So I'm just wondering around that element, not having a cap on the number of units. Can you explain the rationale for that?
Madam Chair, when we set out to do the second phase of the R4 review, the thrust of it was, and contra the first phase, which was about closing loopholes and tightening up things that had been exploited. The second phase was all about now liberalizing the rules to actually allow more apartments to happen. Introducing more restrictions than currently exist was not part of the original vision for the second phase. Now, we ended up doing it anyway with things like limitations on the lot size and what have you. Currently, in the areas that the Councillor King is concerned about, the areas in Overbrook, the existing zoning there has no limit on the number of units. It also has no limit on how many lots you can put together. And as he's described, it's resulted in a lot consolidation that is something on the order of 60 meters with something like 34 units. If you consider that now in those zones, there will be a maximum lot width of 38 meters, so considerably smaller and considerably less consolidation than we've seen in the example that he's given here. That is naturally also going to constrain the amount of internal floor area that is going to be in a particular building, and thereby is going to exercise some influence on the number of units that you would have. But again, in those zones, we're talking about zones where currently there is no limit on the number of units, and that the mandate of this project was not to go forward and reduce the number of units that are allowed to be built. Quite the opposite.
Okay, and I have one last quick question. I do echo the concerns that some of the residents, community associations had expressed around affordability. I understand that staff has tried their best here to address the missing middle, not social housing, not luxurious housing, but for those renters who have a difficult time in finding an apartment now. I accept that. Do we need the tools that the community associations were suggesting Manor Park regulatory framework to have clear affordability targets for rentals? Based on this exercise and based on your expertise, do you feel that we would benefit from having a tool like that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to make sure that we're separating two different things here. One of the things, inclusionary zoning, which has been brought up a number of times, that is a provincial law that is tied directly to protected major transit station areas, which we currently do not have any within the city right now, but that is something that the new official plan process is going forward to identify. And again, the inclusionary zoning would be a tool that would be limited only to those areas, again, by provincial law. So the inclusionary zoning is not really a tool that is really applicable across most of the city outside of those areas. With respect to some of the other measures, there is currently a number of programs that I'm aware that our colleagues in housing help to administer. There is, though, different levels of affordability. And one of the things that came forward with the housing and homelessness plan is it identified the two different levels of deep affordability. That is people who require accommodation at the 30th percentile or less. And what particular markets or opportunities are there to serve that population. That's where the CMHC financial program can help provide some of those incentives and benefits for that. But a lot of what we're also talking about is we're talking about market affordability, which is that group of people who are between the 30th income percentile and the 60th income percentile, who are being priced right out of the rental housing market completely. So certainly what we're talking about here is we can't regulate affordability within the zoning bylaw. It's not in our powers. I just can't do it. But what we can do is we can create every opportunity we can to increase supply. And so that's what it's all about. Can we create some new opportunity for more housing units to occur in our neighborhood? And it then becomes a bit of a mathematics exercise. You take a piece of land, if you cut it up 4 ways, each piece of land is going to cost X dollars. If you take that piece of land, you cut it up 8 ways or 12 ways, that dollar stretches maybe a little bit further. Ultimately, these are going to be private developments. They're going to be subject to market forces, but certainly the intention here is to provide more supply into that market and to, again, hopefully see if that will trickle down. And that's certainly something that we're going to want to watch very carefully and see how that plays out.
Well,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We've got 4 more people with us. So we have Councillor Fleury, Councillor McKenney, Councillor Menard, and Councillor Brockington. Okay, so going next to Council, and then just a reminder to anyone who's watching on YouTube or in the wings, We're taking a half-hour break whenever we're finished this, and then we'll come back for the items in Old Ottawa South will be next on the list. Okay, Councillor Fleury, please.
Madam Chair, I'm glad to speak, but I believe Councillor Brockington is a committee member. I wonder.
Yeah, but you know when I made that rule, I didn't want to put you all back. I appreciate you saying that, and you may want to go last, but to speak to your motions. But Councillor Brockington signed it on after, and I'm not going to constantly keep bumping you. When I said it, I shifted gear.
I just want to respect the process.
Well, that's very nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do have 3 questions to staff that are nature of the delegation, and then I'll speak specifically to motion and direction. Thank you, Melody, for that on the screen. I'll raise what you're seeing on the screen when I speak about the motions. So David, I don't know if it's directed to you, but we had questions around, as we see intensification, how is the city recognizing the need for transit improvement, additional amenities, including recreation facilities, to be built or renewed within those areas?
Sorry, Matt, before you get your answer, Madam Chair, can I raise a point here to the benefit of the committee?
Is that you, Councillor Hubley?
Yes, this screen is out of focus, as is the ones with the motions. I don't think it's necessarily yours or Glenn's Wi-Fi here. Is there any way Melody could check the focus of everything that she's putting up there? Because
sure.
That map, it's a blur. Okay, thank you.
But yeah,
it would just help the discussion if we could read what's there.
Oh yeah, no, I'll be for the time being. The screen's not pertinent, but I will bring that up when I speak to my motions.
Okay.
Madam Chair, just in response to Councillor Fleury's question with respect to park, recreational facilities, transit amenities, things like that. One of the things, again, we have to remember is that this is all taking place within the context of the work that our colleagues in the official plan group are doing right now under Elaine Magalhaes, where the new official plan is under development. And part of that, again, as Don also reiterated as well too, is accompanying that plan are revisions to the infrastructure master plan, the parks master plan, the transportation master plan, a whole series of plans that are supporting and also are complementary to those things. So certainly those are things that I know that those other departments are looking into and are considering. Those are also tied as well to the growth projections that we are looking at across the city. And so that's something that we do have a process that's currently in place. We do have staff that are currently actively involved in developing those plans as we speak. And I believe the intention is for those to be coming forward to the council over the course of the next year or so.
So to clarify, the DC requirements for the upgrades to those facilities would be informed by the OP and would be formalized as what report, David?
Yes, thanks for the question, Madam Chair. Yes, the new DC bylaw will be informed by the official plan and the other updated master plans, and the ability to collect development charges by identifying those projects within the existing urban area that will be required to support that growth. So those master plans will inform the new development charge bylaw, and that will take place over the next number of years.
Okay. And then my last question before I go to my motion relates to, there was a delegation that spoke to concerns of a specific zone within R4 where we don't have minimum indoor amenity. Could you clarify if that is accurate, and if so, which zone that might be?
No, I think it's no indoor amenity.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think we need clarification on the question. There is no indoor amenity requirement.
Within a unit, there's no requirement for living space or kitchen space other than bedrooms?
Yeah, okay, now I understand the question. Building code regulates the requirement for what happens within inside the unit. Zoning does not have the authority under section 34 to be regulating the interior dimensions of, say, kitchens, living spaces, things like that. But those are covered under the building code. And there are minimum requirements under the building code that all developers do need to comply with. And those are subject to examination by our building code staff when they do come in for a building permit. So they get screened really carefully to ensure that they are meeting the building code requirements, and that would be including all of the various indoor amenity spaces that the building code would require for a dwelling unit.
And there's no specific changes within the various R4 zones that you're proposing?
As we said, R4, the zoning bylaw, does not have the authority to amend the building code bylaw. So the building code bylaw. So that it's no.
Okay.
The answer is no.
My last question's around, can you confirm that the intent of the R4 is to offer more housing capacity, but very specifically, is the intent to have more rental housing built as part of these changes?
Madam Speaker, that's also one of the things that zoning cannot do, is we cannot specify whether a development that's built is going to be owned or it's going to be rented. We can simply provide the development standards under which the development can move forward, and we can provide the density limits under which that development can also move forward. Who moves into that or the tenure under which they take ownership, that's not something that zoning has the ability to control.
Okay, so I'm done with my question. I'll speak to my motions and directions. Melody, I wonder if you're able to put the map of Sandy Hill. So as you know, everyone, I represent all of Sandy Hill, Lowertown, Vanier. The majority of my community is R4. So I'm quite familiar with the zone and want to highlight the particular elements. I want to be clear. I'm not asking for additional restrictions in Sandy Hill. I'm asking us to withhold the current junior zone environment for what is the orange on your screen. The red is basically the sweet spot for apartments. In the red sections, we've seen tremendous amount of apartments that are being built. The majority of what's being built is bachelors, one, and a few 2-bedrooms, but the vast majority is bachelors and 1-bedrooms. I want to address 2 points on that front, which is I recognize staff's concern around identifying demographics, and I respect that. I don't want to overstep that. That said, within Ontario, there are great examples of zoning near campuses, and they're actually called near campus zoning. And they specifically address some of the development concerns that might occur in proximity to campuses. I believe that my efforts and the city's efforts and the committee's efforts and the community's efforts over the last number of years, I believe if we tally it all together, we've had 8 to 9 zoning reports that have had tried to maneuver some of the impacts specifically in Sandy Hill. The staff is uncomfortable with the motion, and I respect that because they have a citywide mandate. I'm asking council, as per what we're doing in the official plan review, we have neighborhood specific characters. There's been neighborhood specific interests in the last number of years to support and help shape some of the pressures in the community. David highlighted the economic distortion that has happened in this community. It is unique, high renters. The rentership that we see is often 1 and 2 bedrooms. And if you are members of committee considering not supporting my motion, that means that you're really pushing families out of this area.
Councillor, if you can wrap up, please.
Yeah, because what the measure in the junior zone has allowed us to see since we've put in the R4 phase 1, which has been a great tool, is the number of cap on bedrooms. And what you're seeing in the junior zones is the opportunity to build currently 4 bedrooms, 4 units for a total of 16 bedrooms in a building. and those can go to an array of the widest range of demographics. So
You're
I
at time.
recognize I'm asking you to take a political position to support and hopefully to be coherent in the efforts that committee and council and staff have tried to uphold, and recognize staff's position of the R4 mandate that applies citywide, but would refer to the OP goals of the neighborhood characters. So thank you for your considerations.
Councillor, we'll stop you there. You're at your 5 minutes. Thank you, Councillor. Next councillor on the list to speak is Councillor Brockington.
Councillor Gower, I'm last. McKenney and Menard are ahead of me.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Menard.
McKenney first.
Yeah, McKenney was on there first.
Okay. I have another meeting, so I'm jumping in. I'm not being polite.
I have a
Thank
different
you.
list than here.
No, that's okay.
Councillor McKenney, and then Councillor Menard, and then Councillor Brockington.
Thank you. I have one quick question, and then I do want to make a comment around affordability. If it had already answered the question around, heritage district and what that means, I just want to understand how the element of heritage overlay plays into the R4. If you have a heritage overlay, and a large part of the R4 zoning in Somerset Ward anyway is within a heritage overlay, how does that apply here? Does it still have to be kept within that same footprint? Because that would be a significant impact on what you could build. Is that not correct?
Mr. Acting Chair, the answer to that is that the heritage overlay under Section 60 of the zoning bylaw has a number of provisions, but the most significant one is that when you remove a building, the thing that you are then allowed to build is the same location, the same footprint, the same massing, the same. Basically, it's basically shrink wrapped. So yes, that does have a significant impact on the degree to which existing buildings can be taken down and replaced with something bigger, even if the underlying zoning says you can build something bigger.
Okay, and that's carried forward, and there's no anticipation that would change, of course.
Mr. Acting Chair, that is not proposed to change through this amendment.
Okay. I'm glad that that the issue of affordability was addressed by some of my colleagues and also by staff. I always am concerned when we throw around the affordable housing rather loosely, and market housing in this city is not affordable. It's not affordable housing, certainly. Just today, we had an announcement by the federal government that we got a loan, OCH, to build 700 new units, but only 200 of those are going to actually have deep affordability in them. So even with a federal program for housing, coupled with a community housing provider, some funding for, and some support from the city, we're still, and this is in the ward I represent, and I'm thrilled about it, but we're still at this point only looking at 200 units. So the R4 zoning, I've always supported it in principle, obviously, because we need more housing, period. There's just not enough housing in the city, within our current ward boundary, and within the downtown. We need it so that we don't over gentrify, so that we can continue to welcome families into the downtown, so that our schools are viable, that our parks are viable, our community centers are viable, and that we get those amenities that are required. But the notion that that taking down a home and building 12 units or 8 units or 10 units is going to provide affordability. I think that we have to be really careful about that language. It's going to provide the stock, and there can be a trickle-down effect if that stock is in that mid-range. But outside of that, we're not going to see real affordability. So I think that, going forward, and that's not for this committee, but for council, we've been talking about inclusionary zoning now for, 5 years, 6 years, and nothing has been done about it. And I don't understand why we would not have coupled that. And I get that it's not about this type of build, but why are we not moving forward today on inclusionary zoning? We're still putting up high rises. So, we're tweaking our R4s to provide more stock, but we're not at the same time taking that other bold step that really should be brought in at the same time, where we're looking at bringing in inclusionary zoning. To continue to say that this is going to come with our official plan doesn't make sense anymore, because we're doing this outside of the official plan, and we have to. We're serious about inclusionary zoning. We continue to build high rises, and none of it's affordable. So we are increasing the stock here. Great, tick, support that, but we are not addressing affordability in the city. So I don't expect, this is on you, R4, but certainly when it comes to council, my support for this report will be contingent on the response I get from staff about how and when we're going to move ahead on inclusionary zoning, so that when we're putting up these high rises that are out of reach for most families and most individuals in the city, that we have a commitment to inclusionary zoning.
Thank you very much. Councillor Menard. And then finally, we have Councillor Brockington.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just on that inclusionary zoning point, staff were to come back. This, I think, was before COVID. I had asked this question at council, and there was to be a report back. And I know COVID's disrupted a lot, but where are we with the inclusionary zoning piece? And I'll get to other questions specifically about R4.
So, Madam Chair, just to reiterate again, the inclusionary zoning by provincial law requires the designation of protected major transit station areas. That's the only place that inclusionary zoning can occur within. It cannot occur citywide. It has to be within an area that's been designated as a protected major transit station area, which the official plan process is currently doing. I also have informed the planning committee as well too, that the housing market analysis, which is also required by provincial law, is currently underway right now. And that is a joint initiative between the planning department and housing services. That's moving forward as we speak right now. And again, that is a process that is required by provincial law. We do need to go through that housing market analysis piece. We do need to understand and provide, as the regulations for inclusionary zoning require, what those pieces are. Then we'll be able to move forward with the actual policies once that work has been completed.
Is there R4 within the TOD zones in Ottawa?
There are some portions of the R4 that are within the TOD portions. The experience from other municipalities around the province that have been moving forward the inclusionary process as well too, including Peel Region, Markham, Toronto as well too, is that really inclusionary zoning is most applicable to the large building developments that Councillor McKenney referenced as well too. So when we're starting to talk about some of those large towers that are going to be going up alongside Blair Station in downtown and the course and things like that, that's where we're going to be able to potentially use that inclusionary zoning tool to leverage some of those units for affordable housing.
Yeah,
but
and
again,
I understood the piece around TOD. I understand that very well. That's changed provincially, but I don't think we should be restricting inclusionary zoning to outside of just for high rises, for example. I've seen other municipalities that have implemented it for 8 units and above, 10 units and above. And so are you saying that we would restrict inclusionary zoning out, that R4 wouldn't apply in that case?
Not at all. not at all. As I said, staff are currently in progress of doing the housing market analysis. We have a consultant who is currently doing that housing market analysis. That is fully within the provincial regulations. And the mandate of that is to advise us on what it is going to take in order to be able to put inclusionary zoning. By provincial law, inclusionary zoning can only apply, again, to buildings with 10 units and up. And so that is fully on the table, absolutely. But we're going to have to go through that process. Again, there are provincial requirements that we have to satisfy. And so that's a process that staff are currently engaged in right now with a consultant.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. The faster we can get that, the better, I think. And I have another number of questions, Madam Chair. With regard to the official plan update and the R4, the R4 is coming before the official plan update is finalized. And I'm just searching for some context here. What kind of zoning changes might we see in the official plan in several wards across Ottawa that will affect this R4 process now? So we're laying out the parameters for it, but then how many more areas could become R4 that would be affected by this that aren't currently affected and not engaged in this process?
Madam Chair, the thing that we wanted to make sure was very clear through the process here is that what we are talking about is fixing the existing zoning right now, not to accommodate the 400,000 people that are going to be coming in over the life of the plan, but to help also just remedy that massive backlog of rental deficiency and the lack of supply that we've managed to accrue over the past several decades. That being said, it's a little bit of a housekeeping practice here. Get your own house in order before we start expanding R4 to other locations, which is make sure that we got it right and make sure that it works before we start expanding it. The answer to your question is the zoning needs to be consistent. By law, again, the zoning must be consistent with the official plan. And so where the new official plan is going to be looking forward to direct growth, again, through that growth management strategy, where we know that we're going to need to accommodate an additional 200,000 dwelling units over the life of the plan to accommodate the additional 400,000 people. We are going to need to look at areas that are going to need to be upzoned from R1, R2, R3, those areas there may need to be changed, and some of them may need to go to R4. But that all has to happen following the official plan process and following the identification through that process of where our major growth areas are going to be, what our policies are going to be towards neighborhoods, what our policies are going to be towards major growth areas around our LRT system. So that's something that I can't answer to you. I can't say specifically where are we going to zone R4. We need to let the official plan process play itself out and take our direction from the policy that will provide that direction on the manner in which the city is going to grow.
Yeah, and I raised that just because the purpose of our zoning is to obviously implement the official plan, and it works in concert with those, neighborhood context, design guidelines, the tools that we have to achieve it, and those are expected to change as part of the official plan. We're changing a lot of those, and so timing for this R4 implementation, when could people start to build under these new guidelines?
Madam Chair, once that bylaw has been passed, and provided that it has not been subject to an appeal to the Land Use Planning Appeals Tribunal, that would then come into full force and effect. So we could conceivably see new development that would be coming into and taking advantage of these rules later this year.
Okay, and it's just some in my community were saying to me that they believe that this should be coming as part of the official plan so that people know where the R4 is going to be taking effect, and then have those rules come into play so that they can speak to it, other neighbors, that sort of thing. So that they feel the timing is a bit reversed on this. I think there is a point there that if we're adding a bunch of R4 and we're doing this exercise first, then adding a whole bunch of other R4 later, there's a point to what they're saying. I want to go on to a few other questions. With regard to building facades, the earlier R4 proposals that together created a varied building facade and avoided kind of a box-like structure included a requirement that a portion of the front facade be recessed and an allowance for a bay window projection in the front yard. But the reductions that have happened since we had a delay in this coming forward, obviously, the reductions in the facade articulation requirements seem to have eliminated this altogether. So I'm just wondering, what kind of urban streetscape are we going to be seeing as this? It seems to me we're not better off from what you had originally proposed, and I'm wondering why that change was made.
Madam Chair, one of the things that I think it's really important to know, and just to reiterate and put on the table, is that zoning is a blunt instrument, and it is only one of many tools that the city has in its design toolbox. In fact, it's really the coarsest of them all. And what it sets out is it sets out what is the minimal acceptable level of articulation, acceptable material design, level of articulation and facade that we can accept to occur within our neighborhoods. We have to remember that right now, the zoning envelope box is a box. It is a featureless box. And it has a front yard setback, it has a height, it has sides, and that's it. One of the things that our development review and our urban design colleagues have constantly come back to us to say is that in order for them to be able to have that push-pull with the development industry to provide some degree of articulation, to provide some degree of other things that communities want, for example, the material selection, roofline pitches, things like that, it is very difficult for them to negotiate away from the as-is right of that zoning box that's already provided there. So in order to, so these rules here will give a degree of articulation that is another tool for our urban design and for our development review team to be able to use and to be able to take that and suggest and recommend ways to articulate the design, ways to use the materials of the design, ways to provide other tools that the city has through its Section 41 site plan control powers and through the low-rise design guidelines to then dress that box so that it is more in fitting. So I think that, again, that I think it's, I don't think it's fair to suggest that what's being proposed of the R4 packages leaves us with very little. We think it actually provides quite a bit of power. First off, 20% of that facade does need to be articulated by 2 feet. And that can be pushed and pulled and shaped at the discretion of the architect. And that also can be worked with by our design review staff as well too, through their site plan and design control process. The other main thing as well too is that we are also putting in fenestration requirements as well too. And that is really all about the interaction between the building and the street itself, the windows. And that's a really important thing as well too, that we think is really going to provide an awful lot of value. And then finally as well too, the entrance fronting directly onto the street ensuring that there is the ability to provide multiple entrances that are more in rhythm with that streetscape. So zoning has given, through this package, a number of tools that our design review people can then add on using their own set of tools. But rather than having those arguments with the developer about articulation, we've already built that right into the zoning. Rather than having those arguments with the developer about fenestration, we've built that right into the zoning. So now those design professionals can then focus their efforts on things that maybe provide a little bit more value and might be a little bit more useful to the community in terms of providing that context.
Yeah, no, and let me provide a bit more context too, because I appreciate that answer. I want to see
Councillor Menard, you only have a few seconds left, so if you could ask another question, you can go back on the list if you want. But
yeah, I got other questions, so I can go back on the list. Sorry, I didn't think my questions were 5 minutes in length, but I know the answers were. So,
well,
okay.
But they're good answers. I mean, one thing no one can say is that Mr. Wise isn't like brilliant and knows this very, very well. We have probably 35 speakers on the other items that we still have today. I would just let everyone know that if you're not seeing that information. We're going to go, oh, and by the way, we're going to lose 2 of our counselors this afternoon for quorum after 3. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just asked the committee coordinator if she wouldn't mind posting Councillor Fleury's R4 junior motion. I just have one question that I want to reference, and while that's being looked at, thank you. Could you just scroll down, please? I think it might be the other motion. There was a motion that made reference to a 2018 R1 decision. Does staff know what I'm talking about?
Madam Chair, that would be the motion that is not about the 4-unit cap, junior R4s. It's about the garbage storage motion for Sandy Hill.
And what is your opinion? I'm just trying to reconcile whether staff was supportive of a change 2 years ago, and now we have the councillor's motion before us today.
Madam Chair, staff is we don't necessarily oppose these motions. We don't necessarily think that they're completely necessary, but we also don't oppose these ones. With respect to the indoor garbage storage within Sandy Hill, that was meant to deal with units that are 5 unit or less. So those are units that are not captured by the waste management bylaw. So staff are neutral on whether that is the case. With respect to the rooftop terraces, again, staff recognize that there are some unique challenges that are being faced by the Sandy Hill community with respect to the University of Ottawa. We also recognize as well too that there have been some challenges with respect to the enforcement of noise issues that are occurring on those rooftop patios that are more difficult for bylaw to be able to deal with because they're not able to identify clearly who is causing the noise concern. So there is certainly more of a nuisance factor that we certainly understand.
So David, just to shorten up your response this time, because you've already said this, you don't have a problem with this motion, but you don't support the R4 junior.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification.
Councillor Brockington.
Okay, so to staff, we heard from GOBA, the rep, Mr. Chown today. He said, quote, "We're not comfortable with the parking situation." We heard from the FCA, quote, "This needs to be worked out," meaning we're not in an equilibrium point. I'm not here to wordsmith today. I mean, I'd like to meet with you after today before council just to discuss this particular item. It's been an issue in my ward and will continue to be. But can you provide any further comment or thoughts today about parking? Do you acknowledge that there are neighborhoods where when we reduce the parking minimum, there are issues? There are issues with clearing snow in the winter when you have cars parking on the street and the plow has to go around them. There's issues picking up garbage, again, with a row of cars parking on the street. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Madam Chair, and a little bit of deja vu from when we dealt with the minimum parking review back in 2016. So some of this will sound familiar. In a residential context, our best evidence suggests that for the most part, there's always exceptions, but for the most part, somebody who has a car and is looking for a place to live, the first question they ask is, do I get parking? I used to run a building. I ran a small apartment building, and that was the first thing we got asked every time we had to rent out a unit. And if the answer is not enough parking for you, they go somewhere else. We have to keep in mind that in the areas that we're talking about, these are areas that are particularly attractive. They are close to major main streets. They're close to transit. They're in places where your aspiringly car-free households, the people who want to move downtown because they don't want to have a vehicle, are most likely to be drawn to, and a housing need that has been systematically frustrated for a long time by zoning that bit by bit we've been able to change. So
as we said, the best evidence we have is that people with vehicles seek places with parking, and people without vehicles move into buildings without parking.
We're going to have to talk offline. That's not the reality that's happening. So I'm not going to, I have to be respectful of the long agenda we have today, but I'm looking for some changes, and I will reach out to you and we'll sit down and talk about parking, because I do think.
Okay, that sounds good, Councillor Brockington. I would, you've got 2 weeks, well, till the 23rd to do that. Councillor Menard, we're back to you for the final question.
I have one more question about something that Councillor Leeper raised, and that is there a commitment to review this bylaw once it's passed after a year to flesh out any issues, to make some amendments? Is there a commitment to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in writing?
Okay, that's.
If staff would like, if council would like, committee would like to provide direction, I'm happy to accept that.
Okay.
So I don't know why we would need to do that if you plan on doing it anyway.
Become standard for phase one. We did it for the infill process. We would do that as a matter of course.
Okay, so I'm okay with that, Madam Chair. I just wanted a commitment that after 1 year that review would happen.
Great, thank you. And Councillor Menard for your final question.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try to be quick. I appreciate that the direction or whatever that was by Councillor Brockington as well. In terms of the building facades, I just want to come back to, because I think the point a little bit, it's that we had a number of articulation requirements previously. It got walked back after the delay or the further discussions with others, builders and others. And some of the parts of that were very desirable. And I'm concerned that they're not there. And so I may work with you to try to bring that back. One of the biggest pieces was the requirement around a portion of the front facade being recessed for the allowance of a bay window projection into the front yard. And so some of those have been eliminated altogether when front-facing balconies are provided. So I'd like to understand more, and we can do that offline, but perhaps we can work together before council on that piece. In terms of the landscaping requirement, there's a proposed exemption from the 30% landscape requirements for smaller lots. And an increase in the number of units and people on small lots suggests there is some need for a landscaped area at a minimum. And so can you give me more about why we're eliminating that 30% requirement?
Madam Chair, the requirement that Councillor Menard is referring to is an existing thing in the zoning that says 30% of a lot with apartment building. Now, it actually, in practice, currently doesn't apply to the smaller lots and smaller apartment buildings at all. But it's something that only kicks in once you're on the larger apartment buildings. And it was drafted way back in the day to ensure that the whole thing didn't just get paid for parking, essentially. What we've done is we have taken that 30% number, which if zoning is a blunt object, this is a very blunt object, that we've seen that where it does apply, it doesn't really add up to anything. You end up with little strips of this and that are green space when the plan comes in. It doesn't really add up to anything useful. So what we have done is we proposed to take away that 30% requirement, which again already doesn't apply to the smaller lots, and replace it with something that is tailored to the reality of an inner urban area and results in green spaces in the rear yard, in the front yard, tailored to those realities. So the requirement that replaces that 30% is a requirement for an aggregated space that is big enough to support a tree, more or less, in the rear yard, or more trees, depending on the size of the lot. And it's replaced as well with an explicit requirement for a certain amount of soft landscaping in the front yard. So what it really does is it takes this 30%, which is really kind of an abstract number, and replaces it with something that is tailored to the realities and gets us results that are much closer to what we actually do want.
And there's a trend in this, right? Because we also have increased, there's the rear yard projections, right? Where it's about 7 feet that you could go as a projection into the rear yard. to accommodate a 3-story exterior stairwell. And so the concern is that with several of these elements, we're losing any landscape back areas or outdoor privacy for both those folks that would live there and the surrounding community. And so I raise that because there's several policies that affect this, and one that I'd be concerned about. So I'll raise that with you offline as well before council. And the last couple of ones I just wanted to speak about have to do with the site plan approval and garbage. There's a big need to maintain site plan control in that approval process. It is a very important tool. And there was some reference in the report around the costs and delays on the impact of development, but this tool is important. So you've kept that in. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's still in there as a piece that has to be approved fully under our current process.
Madam Chair, this report does not propose to make any changes to the site plan control regime.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. That's very good. That's an important piece to all of this. And the other, there's a couple more I have, Chair. I'll leave it there for now, but there are a few other ones I want to speak with you about before council, and I'm hoping we can get some potential amendments before council, working in collaboration. Thanks, Chair.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So recognizing that we have, I don't know, a lot just even for the next 3 items, which are all to do with Old Ottawa East and Main Street. And we are going to take a break for lunch. And I'm losing 3 members. Okay, so we're going to be in dire straits. And that happens about 3:10. Okay. It's unless we can call in well, actually, Melody, we should put a call into to Chair El Shantiri. I think that we need him to be here.
If I was on the committee, this wouldn't be a problem.
Being respectful of the number of items and you know, and the number of speakers we have, the delegations, which I think is remarkable that we have so many, and it's great. I'm just cognizant of that. Okay, so, but we still are going to need to take a break. So now we're into. We've got 2 directions. Does anyone have any problems with the directions? The first direction was the one with regard to Sandy Hill and the Heritage Conservation Districts. That's a direction. Good. The second one is for Vanier, and that one is to direct staff to review the need for a character study of Vanier after council approval of the update to the low-rise design guidelines to determine the need for additional analysis. Anyone have a problem with that? Perfect. Okay, so then on the motions we have the very, very technical, very long technical amendment that the vice chair moved. Is that carried?
Carried.
Okay. Anyone opposed? Okay. The next one is the patios and garbage storage that Councillor Leeper moved, and that is with regard to Sandy Hill only. Is that item carried?
Carried.
Carried. Carried.
Okay, then we have the flurry motion moved by Vice Chair Gower on the junior R4 for Sandy Hill. I'll wait till Melody puts that one up.
It's up, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Is that item carried, or should we do yays and nays? Yays and nays? Yays and nays we'll call. So can you call it out? This is the one that is, yeah.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Shirley, Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
No.
Councillor Moffat,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
No. No.
Vice Chair Gower, Vice Chair,
Glenn? Okay, go on to me then.
Chair Harder,
No.
4 nays, 3 yeas, lost.
Chair, this is Councillor Gower. I just lost internet connection. with the vote.
Okay,
We
well,
recorded as no.
so on the R4 Junior, are you a yay or a nay? Does anybody have a problem with me doing this?
No. Count as vote, please.
Thank you. No one has a problem. Okay. Go ahead, Vice Chair Gower.
But no on this motion.
Thank you.
That's 5 nays, 3 yeas, lost.
Okay, what do we have left? Is that it?
You have the direction from Councillor Leeper on the screen now.
Okay. Does everyone support this? Does anyone not support it? No? Okay, so that's another direction that will go forward. I imagine that there might be a few more between now and council, or at council, I would think. I mean, great discussion today. Lots of really good speakers out, and we covered a lot of territory. I think that this is an extremely important policy, and it very much is going to be part of the growth management strategy, and a very important part. But we have lots of people engaged, so that's important. So on the report as amended, carried.
Carried.
Thank you, everybody, for your attention. Now, it
Thanks.
is
Just a point of clarification. Can I just get the vote count for that split vote? You said 5-3.
Yes.
five.
I agree. I think it was 2.
Because I just want to make sure it's correct for the record, because I don't think.
Sure, I can read back. For the yeas, I have Councillors Leeper, Moffat, Harder.
No, Harder was a no.
No, Harder was not an.
Oh, did you not? Did you? I thought you said no.
I was a no. Yes, I was a no. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's what I'm
terribly
saying.
sorry.
Yeah.
So
God.
then it is 6 nays. Thank you.
Well, you know who had the hardest time was Glenn, not knowing what the count was.
I think a break is due, Madam Chair.
It is. I'm just looking. I was just trying to figure that
Here,
out. So it's
here.
125. I think instead of 30 minutes, if you don't mind, we're just going to go with 20. Okay. All right.
We could do yeas and
so-
nays, but it might take 20 minutes to do yeas and nays on a.
No. 145. 145. Everyone. The people in the gallery, the people waiting. We'll be coming back, and we'll have a presentation at the most 5 minutes on 2, 3, and 4 kind of together. Okay. I'll see you at 145. Set your alarms on your iPhones.